Hi, Oleg.
Hi guys, how are you?
Doing well.
Can you hear me well?
Yeah, great.
Cool.
Is my sound okay also? Hi all.
Yes, you're perfect. We can hear you. We can see you though.
Except I turned green for some weird reason. It's gonna snap back. Yellow. Okay, shortly. Okay.
I think Georgina joined us too.
Yes, hello everybody.
Oh, hi Georgina, how are you?
Good, how are you guys?
Doing great. Hi, Evgeny.
Hi.
Hello.
Thank you for joining us today.
Yes. Hi.
Hello.
Hello. Hi, Ada.
Hi.
Hi, guys.
We're just waiting a couple of more minutes and we can start with the presentations today.
We're starting together.
Yeah. I think we'll start in a second and just, like as new people join, that's okay. So I think, yeah, it's time to start and get some introductions about the chapter and the master's degree. So we'll start first with basically saying hi to everyone and thanking you all for being here today. And welcome to Chapter 3 Amalgamation Review. That's where we are at this point of the master's degree. It's our first year of the DesignMorphine Masters Alliance in Computational and Advanced Design. Which is accredited from the University of Architecture, Civil Engineering and Geodesy in Sofia. So the program pushes the boundaries of design and transcends through a multitude of design challenges and different scales of operation. And it's advancing immensely the students' design and software capabilities over a 9-month period. It's organized in 5 leading design chapters and supporting technical and theoretical labs. So as I introduce this review, Ada will be zooming around the work in progress board to display the incredible amount of work that the students have been explored so far over the past month. I would like to start first with thanking our students for their hard work, and it's an incredible really experience to be part of their educational journey. And I would also like to thank our educators, the chapter leads who have generously shared their design wisdom and unique software workflows. Andrei Padure, who is a facade consultant at Front, Alejandra Rojas, who is a founder at by Alejandra Design, and she's an educator at NYIT. and NJIT and the City College of New York. Dimitrie Grigorescu, who is also leading Urban Explorers, and he's an associate at C3, which is a new media company. And our core leads who have been by the student side full-time, Ada Guillaume-Gis and Tung Engen. And our theory lead, Stefanos Panagopoulos, who also sets the ground for the vision for each chapter. And that's why all the projects that you see, they're very unique and they have very unique character because the vision is set from the students and they are exploring what their interests are. And also, I would like to thank Svetlana Georgieva and Michael Pryor, who are my peers. And I'm excited to introduce our incredible guests. And we thank you so much for being here today and for really for all the support and your time. So we have with us Georgina Lally, who is an associate principal at KPF. Eugenio Superchi, who is an architect at BID Architects, and also we have Rodrigo Encheto will be joining us, who is a founder of Moonray Game, and among our guests, we'll be having some returning guests, Crit from past chapters, and this is Anouk Wiprecht, Yuan Mu, and Oleg Soroko. Thank you, thank you all for coming and joining us today. Chapter 3 objective is to conceive and explore the way that habitats create communities and clusters. So the very question of what constitutes a community of people, the need that people feel to come together and live together. And also the students are required to develop not only the final form that they envision as the new community, but also the logic and the processes that can produce a multitude of forms based on the parameters they set. And the students are exploring various design, non-destructive and reversible workflows with Maya and Grasshopper mostly for this chapter. And some important points you need to keep in mind as the reviews unfold is that this is not an architectural master's, but it's a program focused on envisioning the future of humanity. We are reviewing a community level design that has emerged by the students' work from the previous chapters 1 and 2, which are based on a character design and habitats. And we will be looking at multiple units, which are part of a bigger aggregation and design today. So we'll be reviewing around 15 projects today, and please keep in mind that the presentation should be contained within 5 minutes, and reviews will have to be as well not more than 5 minutes for each team. And Ada and Tung will help us keep time. And without further ado, I hand it over to the first team. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you, Pavlina. Hello, everybody. So we're going with team B1. We're starting with Aranza, element 90.
Hi, guys. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Perfect. Okay. Just share my screen. Okay. Well, welcome. I hope you guys have fun because this is we've been working a lot in all our projects. So I am element 19, the nuclear energy, the nuclear energy era, and what we're exploring here is a new way of producing energy. We envision a world that is powered by a different kind of energy other than we're using today, because right now we're getting on like over our resources, and what we are exploring is the molten salt energy. This energy requires a little amount of resources from the nature and can power like big amounts of elements. So what we want is like that nuclear energy connects all of the parts of these new visions. This is Torio. Torio is the body that humans will will change in the future. So we're gonna like migrate since the world is gonna change. What we envision is here that the human changed the soul and the brain to this new body that it's powered by nuclear energy with a new nuclear heart reactor where it's gonna process everything, and we're gonna like get rid of all the body itself. Now the site that we are creating these homes for this new society is based on the predictions that sea levels are going to rise. With this being said, we have already designed the new home of Torio, the new home of this, because with a new body, it starts with new necessities, and it's not going to be longer a house as we know, with kitchen and like the living room. Things are going to change. Once we have designed the house, now in this chapter, we start designing how is this gonna look, right? It's not only the house, because we as humans live in a community and we always want to reach out for society and participation and belong to some like bigger thing. With that, we start the process of designing, where it's vertical and horizontal grow, and then we make a relationship with the depth of the water between public and private. The construction of the amalgamation in this case, it was following the process of creating 3 field nodes that create a cluster, and we deploy that on site, and we follow the vertical road, and then with that we start like creating a road around it, following a flow and some fields that are magnetic, and we reduce the strength of the field in the top. So floating fall that connects the cluster with the land. That's the last amalgamation. So I'm going to explain more here. These are the parts that are gonna like be key of our amalgamation. Each of these follows certain rules and then also connects in a certain way. Everything has like a tag, like a naming, and it's organized by name, and that's the way we connect. Very important. And then I'm going to show you the first one. So in here we start going deep in the water, building these columns that are going to function as communication between the clusters. And then the grow of the units are going to start like deploying around these columns, following the flow that we already developed around this. The second one amalgamation that I want to show you is this one. This one is very important because we connect with the land. Even though we are now migrating to live in the ocean, we still need resources from land. So that's very important to connect. In here, what we look is to connect the clusters. Each cluster is a neighborhood, and each cluster needs a connection to land. We explore different forms of amalgamation with that different amounts of units in between each other, and we create rules that let me see different results. With that, let me show you how it's gonna look. We're gonna envision living in units that are like very, very industrial, but they're gonna be floating in the water. We want to create a world that even though it's metallic, still like have this connection between people, so you feel like you're in house. And that's it. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Aranza.
Thank you, Aranza. So we have 5 minutes for discussions and feedback.
Perfect.
Could you please just maybe elaborate on some of the rules that you're having on the project? Because I think that it wasn't really clear on what kind of rules you're following and why you're choosing these rules and how they're exactly working.
Sure. So I'm gonna start with the rules of the first one, the first amalgamation, that is the one that it's all the way deep in the water. In here, we're choosing to connect with the columns, and the rule, the first rule that we have is the distance between the column and the unit. So we're following a flow, and this flow is dictated by the pressure of the water. So once you go deeper into the water, the pressure is more. So we cannot put a lot of elements down much deeper. So what we develop here with my what I develop here is a flow that goes and it starts like going up to give you more space around it and allows you to put more units as you start like going up and the pressure of the water start decreasing. The second amalgamation, the rules that we follow were about how to connect, and I can go here for this one.
Could you zoom in a little bit? I think it's a little bit difficult to see them. Yeah. Thank you.
So in here, these are the parts that I built for the second amalgamation. The idea is to connect and to create spaces, public spaces, because this is the area that it's outside the water. So it's going to be the area where you can also make some plants, put some plants and create more activities and with the sunlight, and because sunlight is going to be also important. Not for the human cell, because now we have a cyber body, but for psychology part, because as humans we still need to see light, and then the rules for this one was like, first we start connecting these, always leaving one in between smaller, because this is the connection, the main connection, and then giving some space for the corpuscle to connect. That was important, so that was one of the rules. And the second one was between the connection of these ones, we always leave two of these and then start giving to connect one of the connects. So it was either G1B with any G2 something, and then make a connection, one of the connections, and that give us the opportunity to have a very complex park or public area. Oh, sorry, there you go. Public area where there is not like a flat space. Also, it has different levels that will let you interact in it.
Yeah, I wish that some of these money shots and just the visualizations were actually telling this story a little bit better, so you can actually see part of the aggregation. I know that as you were developing the project, you have some views exactly cutting through the water, and that we really can see, like all this complexity that you have been working on and developing on the project. But other than that, I think it's quite an interesting approach and, a unique one, and you're following your idea from the beginning throughout the chapters in a very cohesive way. I think that though, like that part of the imagery would be very useful to see, right? Like the full picture of how this amalgamation works.
Yeah, no, you're totally right. I think I focus on details so you can feel the space and see like how it's really, because it's a lot of, it feels really cool because of the materials, but you just start like getting all these new spaces and different ways, like going through things that we're as humans not used to. We usually live in a box, right? But yeah, totally. Thank you for the feedback.
Thank you.
Yeah, I wanted to second that Pavlina's thought. because I've seen obviously how the project has progressed, and it's a very interesting setup because you have the terrain which isn't flat and you have the water conditions. And I was only thinking that showing an aggregation of like 20, 30 modules and defining the public space and how you'd control visibility and openness, and perhaps areas that kind of take a sense and a logic of their own would have been very interesting to show. Just because you were working on it, and it feels like you were showing the animation from a bird's eye view, and then instantly went to a close-up, and it's the bit in the middle, which should have been would have deserved, I believe, a rendering of its own.
Definitely.
One thing that would have been super nice in this project was to have another layer of amalgamation regarding to like plants that grow in the water, like, because I think in the water there's also this relationship to the to you know the animals and the plants that actually grow there. And then when you have these kind of hard surfaces, they can be made in such a way that they actually kind of make the whole sea environment thrive for once. And then for twice, somehow when I see these kind of columns and then this kind of a connection system, it kind of reminds me also of kind of ports where people actually can come and dock. And then maybe it would have been interesting in your kind of, let's say, kind of hierarchy to have also some way to kind of create a port or some kind of place where people come from the outside and visit this little city.
Totally.
I'm loving this
It's a good
idea,
point.
Dimitria.
Yeah, I'm writing that down.
Everyone last comment, because we need to move on.
Just a quick comment. Looking at the image on the right, my only thought was this: it almost looks like it's not in the water. And I'm not sure if that was the idea, that this area in particular is just surfacing the water. Is that right, or is this supposed to be a shot inside the water?
It's kind of this area is not in the water, but they are like floating, so they have these kind of, like.
Yeah, my thought was like there's almost a missed opportunity to, you know, take advantage of the lightness of the environment that's in the water, and I think that now it makes sense for me to understanding that this is supposed to be outside the water. But yeah, I think that the greatest advantage of locating a project like yours in such an environment is the fact that gravity functions in a completely different way. And so that's really the key, right? Take advantage of the lightness that the water allows you to work with. And all of a sudden, I mean, I see it in your model on the left, and how these elements kind of like develop exactly like algae or like, you know, coral, the way coral develops. And so I think you have the right aesthetic. I would look more into how literally coral works to help you structure your connection pieces around, you know, something that in nature has already worked out for you. So I would look into that to move it forward.
Totally. Thank you. That's really good one.
Thank you. Thanks for the comments, and we can move on to the next team. Team B2, with Aris and Sam. Please, guys, just share your mirror screen.
Hello.
Hello.
Sam,
Yes.
are you there?
Hello, everyone.
Okay, perfect. So,
Hello.
okay, we'll start now. So I'm, oh, sorry.
I can see you now.
Okay, good. So I'm Alice, and this is my partner, Sam. Welcome to EndoSym, where we propose a solution to alter humanity's parasitic relationship with the world to a symbiotic one. Currently, as we know, hand sanitizer has become our friend, and we're collectively experiencing times of isolation and the obstacles that prohibit us from interacting with each other. Let us take you through our proposal to reconnect with our planet and as a species. We begin with our prosthesis, where we analyze symbiotic relationships in sea animals that utilize electromagnetic bacteria on their body as an additional sensory organ to communicate with their surrounding and as a species. We design a 3D printed bio-based spine structure that hosted various bacterium on the body that would span the life cycle of a human and similarly mimic this relationship. The biofilm of bacteria mainly include electromagnetic bacteria for connectivity and cyanobacteria for synthesizing oxygen. The more humans congregate and build community, the more bacteria will thrive and therefore positively contribute to the environment. Essentially, bacteria becomes the integral connection point, and humans are the necessary catalyst to sustain this ecosystem. We apply this thinking to our corpuscle, where we generate various communal spaces that increase conditions for growth. The structure will be human-made and placed in densely polluted and populated areas. The corpuscle are seeds of hope in transforming concrete jungles to nutrient-rich environments thriving with life.
For our next step at the amalgamation level, we started analyzing how our corpuscle, along with 4 new components, start merging into the urban fabric, revitalizing the cities and bringing back that connection between one another and our environment, combining the cities already built with the endosym as a seed to grow our bacteria and generate new public spaces, where people can finally leave the state of isolation and congregate once more as a community. For this, we created 5 main components. Our corpuscle as the main one, which contains transitory as well as resting spaces, 3 types of bridges, short, long, and wide type, to create more flexibility on the system aggregation, and the shuriken, which enhances the traffic flow as well as opens the opportunity for stationary spaces or parking spaces for shared vehicles. As you can notice, for maximum flexibility, all the components were designed to be able to connect to each other in any of the highlighted points, except for the connection type C on the corpuscle that can only connect to itself to combine 2 corpuscles and create bigger spaces in a concentrated area when needed. Here on the right, you can see 4 of the multiple types of connections that enable our system. And below we can find the progression of our aggregation being deployed into the city from just a few ones to a conglomeration of them, opening new opportunities in the city. Using indicators such as building types, population, and traffic flow in specific zones is what really determines the method of deployment in defining zones that need more stationary spaces versus transitory spaces for movement. This logic disperses heavy foot traffic into multiple levels and transforms spaces in the city into communal areas. This network of connections serves as a seed for bacteria to grow and enhance the electromagnetic fields and simultaneously clean the air in a Manhattan from 100 years from now, which has been polluted and highly densified.
So we analyzed several different sites in Manhattan to kind of showcase the different aggregations and opportunities. So we first arrive at Midtown, the densest foot traffic in all of Manhattan. The pinpointed key features include Times Square, MoMA, and Rockefeller Center. With cultural landscapes of high tourism, entertainment, and hospitality, this influx of tourists and commuters create a drastic population fluctuation between night and day, therefore requiring a large proportion of bridge connections to serve the long distance and high volume commute. In contrary, Upper West Side is majority residential and is defined as an export zone where the population migrates to other parts of the city for work or leisure, creating the need for a few long distance routes that connect to key areas in the city. With proximity to the ground level, utilizing connections to the rooftops would help provide more communal spaces to promote neighborhood gathering and interaction. The meatpacking district bordering the Hudson River is a hybrid of various cultural landscapes with a mix of galleries, small shops, restaurants, high-end residential areas, and the High Line as a main tourist attraction. However, unlike Midtown, the population fluctuation is more localized, therefore requiring fewer long bridge connections, but a higher sum of short bridges and corpuscle units that connect neighboring areas together. Finally, we arrive at the public space that are formed in the cavity of the Shitty Gang. Much larger in scale, these spaces are intended to serve as elevated parks to access maximum sunlight. These parks can host large number of people in order to enhance elements of community across neighborhoods.
Finally, regaining our lost symbiotic relationship with the environment and communities by contributing and nurturing our surroundings with the bacteria integrated at the different scales of our design. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. Thank you, Alice. Great
Thank you,
presentation.
guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. Great project.
I love how you have such a great story, really thinking about really how to connect with the city on different levels and, you know, like just attaching in a way that understanding like the diversity within the city and how this could actually play out in your own project. What I would like to see maybe in the future as a next step, since, you know, like this thing is like still work in progress throughout the chapters, it might be like actually integrating more data-driven design, a little bit like, again, like incorporating more opportunities to understand how the city works with real data. And I think that Dimitri has been also very excited like for this part of the research. But other than that, I think that you're hitting all the points and you're telling a great story. So I'm very excited to see this project progress in such a great way.
Thank you. Yeah, definitely. I think I agree. We were definitely hoping to do that, I think, down the road. So I'm excited for that.
I'm going to try to speak. I know my sound was bad the first time. I like the sort of the translation of the outfits to the spaces and the environment.
Oh, I think.
Anouk, we lost you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Will.
Anouk, you're muted.
Thank you.
Yeah, she's muted. Maybe someone else wants to.
I'll jump in very quickly just to say that it's really nice to see the project and the progress. I really like the fact that you guys have a very specific catalog in terms of like all the different parts, and like I would like to echo a little bit what Pavlina just noted in terms of like how your amalgamation is very flexible in terms of like responding to specific traffic, right? Pedestrian traffic at the very different districts in Manhattan, and how it's starting to supplement, right, the need that the district is lacking. One of the things that I got a little bit lost by the end was when you guys were introducing the public spaces, kind of like this rounded rings, just because the design language of it is a little bit different from like your catalog that is very specific and has a very clear language in terms, you know, of like the organic forms that you have been creating from the corpuscles. So that would be my only, you know, comment on that.
Okay. Yeah, definitely. Thank you.
Thank you.
From my side, I think this project has quite a lot of potential. One thing that I feel like it's very strong is that your kind of images where it's a bit more human scale. That's the pink image with endosim kind of down there. I think that scale it's kind of really interesting. While somehow when you look in some of your other images, it looks a little bit dystopian and a little bit extremely dense. You kind of the buildings that are kind of underneath it, and then it seems like there's quite a lot of circulation in many ways. And then you wonder what's the proportion between the circulation and the actual pods here. And I feel that what would have been extremely strong is to kind of create areas that are a little bit less dense, and then areas that are maybe more dense. And then I was wondering maybe if the dense areas should have been more kind of clustered around the kind of tall buildings, and maybe leave the smaller buildings a little bit more alone to have more light, or if you had kind of a particular approach why you actually kind of covered more the less dense area of Manhattan. Is that kind of something that would kind of help the city grow, or something like that? I think understanding how a city works in general, and some of the factors that drive kind of the growth of the city could have helped your project, let's say, become more real in a certain way. But I think it has a lot of potential, and maybe in your next images you should try to focus on a little bit less dystopian kind of look to your images.
Thank you. Definitely.
I wonder, what is the relationship between the bacteria you're talking about and fungi?
And
I almost feel like, yeah, go on.
Oh, sorry, no, I just missed the one word. The bacteria and the...
And mushroom or fungi. Yeah, I almost feel like I don't know if the premise of the bacteria, I'd like to know more about the premise of the project. And maybe there is because I feel like the images that I'm seeing relate more to certain types of mushroom, the way certain types of mushroom develop in nature, than not this bacteria reference that you're making that I'd like to know more about. Let's put it this way. So maybe there's a way to enrich your project through a different key, looking into mushroom, which I don't know.
Okay. Yeah.
I think it might be more appropriate. Looking at the way your project develops, there are certain types of mushroom that create those types of links,
like the slime.
So maybe the difference, yeah.
I think that's I think it's a good point. I think the electromagnetic quality to the bacteria was like the most kind of crucial part for that connection, and being kind of inspired by like relationships in nature that reflect that. So we were kind of like magnifying this bacteria, like, so looking at it and from a microscopic level, and then kind of showing that in a much more larger scale, and kind of a visual, a little bit more visually appealing, because like in terms of bacteria, it's so small that it can be hard to see and visualize. So we were kind of reflecting that relationship when we were thinking about like the visuals of it. But yeah, I think I can definitely see how it can look, more fungi like in that way too. So thank you for the feedback.
Yeah, I think one important thing to add will be that we chose these bacteria in a specific, right? Because the electromagnetic functions of the electromagnetic bacteria and the cyanobacteria, like helping cleaning the air and etc., to like growth on the human at first, to allow to establish this kind of sense of a sixth sense, where people have kind of a natural Wi-Fi that allow them to like feel in a new way their surroundings and the world next to them, trying to like bring people back together, which at the end of the day is kind of like the core of our whole idea is how you restore that connection with what another and our environment that over time we have lost, and especially during time of pandemics now you can like be that being enhanced that state of isolation. And I guess this is kind of like a bioengineer enhanced bacteria, so the growth is enhanced or like bigger than what we are usually used to think about, because normally we don't even think about the bacteria growing, but like the reality is that there is bacteria growing inside our guts or in our skin, and it help us to like regulate our own bodies and our external connections. So it's kind of part of that. And I guess in a sense, it's like similar to what you can find in works from people like Nettie Oxman that interacts with these bacteria, creating like structures that are actually large scale, but are made with bacteria.
Yeah, if I can just add something very quickly. All you said is great. It's just, I think the geometrical shift from your prosthesis corpuscle to now the amalgamation is what makes now all of these questions. So maybe that's my only comment. I mean, it's still very impressive, but it goes to a very different direction than it could have gone.
And also the experiential side of the project, right? Because like I know that there is a lot you're tackling throughout each chapter, like we're going past, it's a lot to learn, but also I think that's something that you should be thinking about, how to actually convey this message about, look, how are you experiencing, or how are you touching without touching, right? Like things that like you were so deeply involved and you went into researching that route exactly for these reasons. So I think there is an opportunity to continue the conversation in that realm and in that thought process, and just show that side of the research and the project.
Definitely. Thank you. Yeah, that makes sense.
I'd have a comment on the storytelling bit, in a sense that while looking at the growth progression, I think it's very interesting that you kind of get a sense of how the system evolves. And if I were to relate it to the previous comment about using information that you could extract from the urban network, it would have been interesting to, as you look at the growth progression, to also look at the public spaces, and the growth itself kind of shows how you control density. I'm comparing this to the image where you have the 3 separation between corpuscle, shuriken, and bridges, where I'm kind of more tempted to look at what makes them separate rather than how they act as a whole. In a sense that all of them together give a sense of how a space is defined, and how through controlling the script you can achieve that.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I think yeah, I agree with that. I think that's something definitely we can continue to explore as we go to the kinesis level. I think that's really interesting to kind of dive into. Thank you.
Thank you for the discussion. Let's move on to the next team.
Thank you.
We have team B3. Thanks, Sam. Thanks, Alice. We have Pedro and Nadia.
Hello.
Hello.
Okay. Hello kids. DesignMorphine Space Geographic on your screens. Here with you, Pedro Venegas and Nadia Kutreva. Today we are going on a special field trip. We're going to Terra, the only habitable tiny planet in the solar system. Some developments in their technology brought attention to the whole universe. Let's see why. Not so long ago, they met climate crisis and mass extinction. To save the planet and civilization, humans enhanced their biological brains with a creative AI and synthetic brain to achieve new physical and cognitive abilities. They developed what they call Autonomous Living Machine Algorithm, aka ALMA project. Invasive central nervous systems implants and a collection of wearables that could give them the ability to collect and analyze the data of the world, giving them these new abilities. Alma society is based on core attributes: communication, data exchangeability, and autonomy. Each of them manifests from the individual to the collective level. Constant access to data gives opportunity to perceive collective relationships as a decentralized system and evaluate the neighborhoods based on trust, privacy, and data exchange. Though humans are terrestrial species, their most settlements are set on low Earth orbit, where access to the data of the universe is more achievable. They live and travel in mobile living units, Alma corpuscles. Its layout consists on the womb as that protects and sustains life inside, protected and powered by the chrysalis, and a virtual shell for data sharing purposes. And we are flying in one of them, to blend in. We don't want to disrupt their natural behavior. They don't know that we exist yet. So, we arrive. The human settlement, a typical one. Our scientists calculated that usually approximately 5,000 people can live here. We have observed the construction of such settlements for a few centuries, and now we know the basic steps that are required to achieve this amalgamation. Since the early days of terrestrial history, people have tended to settle near resources. They keep these patterns even in space. Their settlements start with the starters, which are placed in the strategic trade and travel routes near the planet. Each of these starters has a dedicated function of life support, like water, artificial nature, food, or even a gigafactory to build new ships. The next step is the expansion of the connectivity tissue that grows outward and connects starters into one system. The privacy trust communication setting of the future settlement expresses itself in the pattern of the growth, creating different iterations. After the tissue solidifies, it creates the main structure, the bones, that gives transportation system, protection, and a base for aggregation of living units. Next step is the arrival of the settlers. From the beginning, potential residents have a lot of options of where and how to join the community. Here you see how settlement grows through time and how different neighborhoods increase their complexity. The mastery of construction of Alma people is unique in the galaxy. For example, for the starters, they use inflatable objects with exoskeletons, similar to their corpuscles. Technology of the bones is a mystery to galactic science, but humans used to call it Houdini effects. We see an interesting variety of initial algorithmic approaches applied to their neighborhood. As we know, humans use L-system growth for permanent residents, field aggregation, a mix of L-systems and stochastic aggregations for semi-permanent clusters, and linear growth for newcomers. We are sure they didn't get it right from the beginning, but thanks to Alma Creative AI implant and data-driven design, they iterated quickly. As you see, humans treat their settlements as a well-groomed, naturally growing system.
Before we dive into details, let's appreciate the Space City one more time. This settlement is the 3.8 human cubic kilometers with 2 human kilometers long. Well done, people. Well done. One important part of Alma society is communication. In the clusters, they use negative space to place the designated area for different activities in the community, such as markets, farms, medical facilities, etc. Every corpuscle that comes into settlement uses digital aura gate for data sharing purposes, exchanging it from settlement to corpuscle and vice versa. The settlement as a hive never sleeps. There's always something going on. And in special cupolas with contemplation areas, the people of Alma enjoy the stunning views of the neighborhoods and the nearest planet. In more quiet areas on periphery, each cluster has their local space, where the residents hang out and build trust for the success of the community. The first neighborhood is permanent residents. Upon arrival, they donate their chrysalises to the gigafactory for recycling purposes and settle close to the starters. They are not mobile, but they analyze the data the nomads bring to them and put it into the collective knowledge library. They are the most trustworthy members of society. The most diverse and dense is the semi-permanent type of neighborhoods. It locates on the long branches that grew around the starters. With endless possibilities to connect, the neighborhood is always shape-shifting. The system of branches help to support that constant movement. It's a mixed neighborhood, so we can find permanent residents, but in smaller numbers. They form the local trust relationship with newcomers to support their blend into the community, but nomads are the ones who come and go. The last type of the settlements is individual settlers, the newcomers. Visitors with high autonomous settings are connected to the settlements with special wires that grow out of thinnest branches. Weak and fragile at the first connection, it potentially can grow into bonds and thicken by mutual trust. And as you see, even though they're definitely conscious species with a high technological progress, they're still pretty wild and not ready to be part of Space United Nations. They have trust issues. But with Almatech, they're definitely doing better. Wish them luck. Thank you for your time with us and see you on the next field trip. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you guys.
You guys are
I'm on some way to, yes.
I just love the project. It's just so rich, you know, like the whole storytelling and every aspect of it. I like the craftsmanship and just the love that it goes into everything that you guys do. Like that's, you know, that's what I have to say. Like it's just beautiful the way that you're taking us through every part of it and, you know, the story you're telling.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'd say for sure, even though you talk very fast, it's extremely impressive that for every sentence you have a snapshot prepared. And even though it sits on the screen for almost a second, you don't really need to read through the text that you've placed. A couple of words and the image, and it almost already makes sense and it's being tied together. So you're making it very easy through the effort that you've put in presenting it for anybody looking at this. I would say even for the first time to get the gist of it and how it works, and like you grab them and you run them through the whole story, and you kind of lose track of time after a while. So
thanks. We were so worried that we have too much how to explain it quickly.
No, it's been a lot, but very, very quick, very snappy. I mean, I liked it.
Thanks.
Very cool project, guys. I'm really enjoying to see it. Very cool visual part, and history story is very cool. Really, really good job.
Thanks, Oleg. Thanks.
And it's, I think for me, it's kind of symbolic. Like, do you know the tree, Yggdrasil, the tree of life in Vikings stories? It reminds me of the branch of this tree, like a tree in the space, something like this.
Yeah, we have our own Yggdrasil
here.
Yeah,
we were discussing more the idea behind the bonsai tree, to be honest.
Cool. Great job, guys.
Thank you.
It's always great to see your work, guys. I think that it's really beautifully, you know, curated, like everybody's mentioning, and there's something that for me is really interesting, the way that you have put together different amalgamation kind of like strategies, and they flow so nicely together. And the other really great aspect about, you know, that you're showing with your project is this aspect of growth. And you're showing it very beautiful by, you know, kind of like outlining the very different stages, and every stage, you know, has a very specific meaning to it. So I think everything ties up really nicely together. So I'm excited, you know, to see where you guys take it in the next chapter. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for the comments. Maybe one last comment. If not,
for me, one thing that is very interesting about this project is the relationship between the ships, or the chrysalises, or how do you call them, and this kind of more kind of stringy, I don't know, it's almost like milk that is kind of just floating in water somehow, that is groomed, or I don't know. That's one thing I would have liked to understand a little bit better, the relationship between this kind of white, stringy kind of environment and the ships and how they interact for once, and for in your images like one from each other, and yeah, somehow I think that would be my only, let's say, question or maybe criticism, that I would also have loved to see people a bit closer together somehow. Now they're all in their own different pods, kind of having dreams about the universe, looking around, but they're not looking at it in some way together, even though this whole structure is bringing them together. Do they have like a shared consciousness that they kind of, so that they don't need to be physically together, or like, I think that's one thing that is a little bit of a mystery when I look at your images somehow.
You're muted, Nadia.
Yeah, no, you're muted.
But basically, in our vision, for our perspective, we don't need to be physically connected to share data, knowledge, experiences in our world. So basically, we can solve all our problems digitally. But in this part of our project, we try to explore the physical connection. So we create this kind of public spaces that we, by the way, didn't design the interiors, but they designed this kind of cupolas where you can physically connect to other people. Probably we needed to put more pictures about it, but yeah, we have this kind of small cupolas that scatter around all our structure.
I think you had some. Oh, sorry, Nadia. I think you had some images from the previous chapters where you actually had these spaces where people were gathering together, and you were showing some of the experiences. So they would be definitely something to show even in the future, bring it back.
Yeah, we have plenty space for them to hang out physically. But as for idea of connected minds and they have collective digital dreams, I hope this is what we will explore in the last chapter, like that they became, because of digital aura, because of the implants, they will become one mind and one, I don't know, thinking planet or something.
Yeah, a bit like the question in the foundation in Asimov towards the end.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks for the comments. Let's move on to the next team.
Thank you.
Thank you. So team B5. Thanks, Pedro. Thanks, Nadia. We have Chinyu and Fatima.
Hello.
Hi.
You can hear me?
Yes.
Hi, ladies.
Hello.
Hi.
Okay, so let's start. Hello, everyone. I'm Fatima Adouhi.
I'm Xingyue.
And today we're going to present our project, Organ Print. The expression of identity is an essential practice that helps people communicate their stories, values, and how they perceive the world and how they are perceived by others. People's communication of their identities can be manifested in two levels. First is by what they are showcasing, and this is how they would like to be identified by others. And the second level is what they are hiding, and this is the real representation of who they are. Our project focused on the manifestation of people's identities throughout their lives and after their death. And because identities are unique to every individual, just like a fingerprint, our system starts with an AI organ, an organ print, that lives with an individual throughout their lives, but its presence remains even after they die.
The organ print
in the life stage aims to create complex interaction between meanings, objects, and behaviors by transforming programmable garments into physical abstract art pieces. The user information will later guide the growth shape of his or her organ print after death.
Once an individual is dead, the organ print will begin its transformation into a fully developed eyes as a prosthesis for the living to use, and through which they can have a different perception of the surrounding environment as perceived through the eyes of the dead ones. The concept behind our design is to create a system where both the death corpuscles and life corpuscles coexist and allow for new types of interactions and possibilities to exist between the living and the dead.
Different explorations were investigated for the design of the corpuscle as informed by its intended use and the design language of the prosthesis. So for the life corpuscle, adopt a rigid and an artificial scaffolding language representing the construction process of self. It adopts the prosthesis transformative technology to living units to achieve a perfectly flexible modular building that is dictated as little as possible by its construction.
And the corpuscle of the dead is an AI grave that exists in an AI cemetery library where the information of the dead, including their secrets, are encrypted and represented virtually as a pattern in the inner shell of the grave, to only be decrypted by the prosthesis.
The coexistence of both corpuscles will force a tension that drives a unique dynamic and a new form of existence that will also manifest itself in the amalgamation scale.
For the amalgamation, our aim is to maintain that interconnectivity between the living and the dead in a city scale. In our system, the living corpuscle starts its aggregation from the ground up. On the other hand, the death corpuscle starts their aggregation from the top down, where both systems meet and interweave in the middle, allowing for conditions of coexistence and competing to take place in between these two worlds.
Take Miami as an example. The population distribution is denser and the building is higher around the water, which will influence the aggregation. And now we can take a look at the life and death apart. For the organ print life amalgamation, it can be described as a unity of separation and coherence. The oblique life corpuscle units continue clad parent studies on the oblique function, which is fundamentally interested in how a body physically experiences space. These parallel paths can be arranged in different ways to create different functions and pathways. Aggregating occupying half or the whole corpuscle space, they offer a variety of corpuscles. And here are two examples of how the final aggregated corpuscle could look like. These corpuscles then act as the base for the second aggregation. Here are some of the rules that can be applied to the second aggregation. Was one additional restriction: the higher the unit grows, the more the shape resembles of the death corpuscle. And here's a closer look of the build-up sequence. First, the unit aggregates, then the corpuscle, and then from low poly to high poly, and the identity change. So apply the rule to the same whole city level, and we have the organ print life city. A closer look into the city, you can see more details of the balcony, the stairs, the bridge, and the floors. So this is for the life.
As for the death amalgamation, the parts consist of a connector element that allow for vertical connectivity, as well as the main corpuscle, including the AI grave and its binding framework, which is the next one. The AI grave here and the binding framework, as you can see. Here are the rules used to connect the different parts of the amalgamation, to connect the corpuscles with the connectors and the connectors with also the connectors at different angles. And this is the resulting aggregation based on those rules. And here is the build-up sequence starting from the initial stage of the aggregation, where it would aggregate and branch downward to meet with the life amalgamation and develop at a developed stage.
Goes like final sentences, please.
And this is how the amalgamation look like, and the experiential render from the inside of the aggregation looking up. And this shows how both amalgamations meet in the middle to create pockets of for the public spaces.
And here's the public space rendered and our amalgamation together.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Such an
you.
amazing project. I just want to say that you had from the beginning this amazing theoretical concept, and now finally you managed to connect it and combine it with a geometrical representation. So congrats.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's unique how you started with a very different representation of the life and the death, right? Like we couldn't have foreseen how you would take it to the next steps and how this thing really comes together here, right, in this chapter. And you can see the two worlds coming together and how beautiful really these, you know, like some of the renders were absolutely stunning and saying, like, telling this story, and how cohesive the whole story that, you know, like you are telling us is. So definitely, you know, congratulations from my side from, you know, really pushing this and being able to so well connect all these pieces and all this story together.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I like the form language and how it's connected. And by the way, I think it goes from the previous chapters. I don't know why everyone is saying, but it's connected. When I see the project, okay, that one. So they're kind of connected from the previous chapter.
They are following the design from chapter 1, which was prosthesis, to then the corpuscle, to then creating this amalgamation. But the languages from basically the designers were very different in the beginning. So I'm just happy to see like how they're actually coming together in this amalgamation phase, because like they were working very much in parallel in the two parallel worlds. Well, here they're literally meeting.
I see. I just want to see maybe something like we have one form language, second form language, and maybe we need to find out third one, something mixed, maybe in future.
Next chapter.
What are you envisioning actually for the next chapter, which is kinesis? Because then it's going to be enabling the movement, right? Like, and is there something that you're thinking about as an opportunity to explore?
Yes, we're going to connect the public and the private. So hopefully there will be like a third element to it.
Yeah, and definitely some more, you know, like again, like the story more towards exactly like how the interaction happens, right? And more shots about like these experiences. That's always helpful to tell the stories. And I think this is a general comment towards everyone's work, right?
I found it interesting that you also in the one of the lower renders, you kind of attempted to tease out what multiple vertical structures would look like in the city, and if you were to add anything to the story, it would be okay, different typologies of towers or how this can grow, because as you presented it, I think there's a lot of potential with it and it works. And especially the way you structured the story in a sense of the first part had its own logic, the second its own logic as well, but then when they combine, I would say it's quite an interesting image that can be achieved to represent the story and the concept behind it.
I just wanted to like note quickly, thank you. I really appreciated that catalog that you had on the entire aggregations, kind of like step by step, because I think that that part of your presentation for me was really clear, and it allowed me to like really understand, you know, how is it that everything is like coming together. So the graphics for that were really on point. And I think that that exercise is really helpful to start understanding, you know, how like the simple rules create, you know, the larger collective. So thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I also appreciated the general premise of the project. I think that it's absolutely cool. I've never heard of something like that. What I would like to see more is an intentionality in the design of the meeting space. So where these two worlds collide, and when you're saying that there are, you know, the public spaces, I think that that's not taken yet to a place where you really are creating this collapse of two worlds, you know. I can see what you're trying to do, but I think that this could be a lot more interesting. You have these shapes that are, you know, very strong, and they come from places that you just explained are very intentionally driven, but then you're using platforms that are slabs, you know what I mean, to have people walk on. And so all of a sudden, everything just comes down to gravity or things that we know already how are built. And then, so I think you really need to take that further and, you know, explore how these two worlds develop. If you can go back to that image that we were just looking at, right at the center top, right? No, the shot one? Of the shot of the meeting space.
The public space.
Yeah, the public space.
Yeah, sorry, Miro is quite slow. It just takes a second to get there.
You see what I'm saying? It's like you're resourcing to recipes that are known, right? Stairs, slabs. I think that's where you lost me. But I'm not saying that this isn't a great project. I'm just saying you need to take this further.
Yes, this is actually a really great point, and I think maybe this is where we're really looking forward for the next chapter to actually start to think about, you know, really getting into a space and getting out of from a space, and how this network and connections kind of build a basis for developing these elements that are. I totally agree with you at that point. Yeah.
Yeah, and we can also like include more details from the last chapters. So
yeah,
like the details of the inside space, that would help. But thank you for
Georgina, totally on point.
Maybe one more thing about your visual communication. It feels like when you're showing it in section, it looks great. You see this kind of column coming together, like here that you're showing where the mouse is. It's like really, really amazing, and that's what you want to see. But when you see it in perspective, it feels a little bit more like it's just a tower. You don't feel that it's coming from somewhere, like from the top. You don't feel this kind of connection to another plane, to the depth plane somehow. And then when you showed it in section, you showed this other plane, you know, and then that's missing for me in the perspective. So I think it's just something that it will be very easy for you to fix this, but just to kind of keep a kind of this consistency of two things meeting together. Otherwise, I think it's like one of the best examples of amalgamation. I don't know what you think, Andre, but I really love this example as a pure amalgamation. I think others have kind of you know, manipulated it a little bit too loosely somehow, but I think here where things need to come together and communicate, this is like the best, for me, the best example.
Yeah, I'd say I second that, and just what Alejandra mentioned, which is you take us through the rules, and it's interesting that you still leave space for the element of surprise on how it looks at the end. So you're explaining the process behind it, but there's also the renders, which are like, okay, I'd say it's quite clear that you can exercise control over the algorithm and you can manipulate it. For sure, the public space definitely would have has the potential to be explored further, but at big moves, yeah, it's a very good demonstration of that.
And I have one small comment about maybe a future idea for a third form language. So these two structures are vertical and they consist of very small parts. They're kind of combined. And I would say I want to see something bigger scale that connects them into the place of connection. But maybe not horizontal, but vertical. So something like U for spaceship, horizontal, bigger scale form. I don't know. Just an idea for future.
Yeah, I'm also saying something first of all, yes, it's very elegant. The output, I think, is very nice because you can still read both the death and life. And just came in my mind looking at the project, maybe to implement and to develop the third element that could be exactly the moment where the two reality are blending. You can add a third element. It maybe could be time, because if life is something and death is something else, when they meet, then what happened? Like, it's basically the same thing. So maybe the public space could be the representation of time. So it maybe could be something more fluid, something more that is changing. So it's not like kind of frozen, but is maybe the element that moves. So it's something fluid around the two spaces. So maybe the public space became something that feel the two reality. I don't know. This is just what because otherwise this is super beautiful and elegant. Just to, I agree that somehow is so nice that is kind of architectural, and you don't want to, because again, we already know what is architectural. So to bring it to the next step could be, again, go in the adding a third element that also in the concept, because I think would give a very nice plus to the project. But beside that, very nice.
Thank you. Yeah, we definitely considered time as an element.
Okay.
But I mean, we did not really take it to the fullest for this chapter. And I think maybe our opportunity again for next chapter, when we're talking about mobility and vehicles and motion and speed and all of these elements, that would definitely be considered.
Nice.
Thank you. Thank you all for the comments, and we are now moving on to the team A. Thank you, team.
Thank you.
So we have team A,
Yes,
and
thank you, everyone. We're getting so excited. We're throwing you off time, Tung.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, welcome everyone from me as well. Thank you for being here. We're very excited. So now we're showing another 5 projects from Team A, starting with Annette and Atish.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Team 5, can you stop sharing?
I think my computer froze. Can you replace that? I am actually on the screen that everybody is frozen right now.
Maybe if I just share, then it's taking it all.
Or I can put my
unplug easily. So Annette, it's working if you try to share. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you took over. So all good. You don't have to unplug.
Okay, you see my screen now. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Hello everyone, we are Anat Kulchar and Atish Moon, and welcome to our Elevating Experience project, the future of private and shared experiences through computational design. On every scale, bigger or smaller, the entire universe is conscious and connected, and we humans are nothing more than physical manifestations of it. Each living organism broadcasts energies, including the universe, and all energies interact with each other. Being conscious of our own state as well as the state of others is important if we want to create a better functioning society or a better world. Our main concept is based on the vibrational scale of consciousness as defined by the American psychiatrist David Hawkins. The idea is that when we manage to rise above the neutrality level of consciousness, we are in a so-called expanding state. Hence, we are able to levitate. The higher the energetic frequency, the higher the elevation we are experiencing in our simulation. The aim is unconditional love, as is the most powerful vibrational energy that can be emitted by humans. For this reason, our experience suit on the prosthesis level represents an on-body feedback device capable of sensing and collecting the consciousness of others, visualize our energetic frequency level, and output our current emotional state. The consciousness level of the prosthesis is sensed by the corpuscle unit. A frequency level feedback of the body is made visible through the walls of our habitat, which can also levitate once it exceeds the neutrality level. The process repeats as the corpuscle also outputs its consciousness level in the form of consciousness air. The same logic applies to the amalgamation, where we aim for the visual representation of the overall consciousness level of a bigger community. So here you can see our final experience suit design with the details. And during the second corpuscle chapter, we made our own fan palace, an Airbnb, air bubbles and blobs called the quantum experience. We imagine our cyborg's private living unit as a dynamic multifunctional space. Our interactive walls are reflecting the consciousness level via patterns and colors. We have panoramic pods around the building to enjoy the scenic view from them, and our additional furnitures can levitate as well to be able to move to a different space in case needed. We can think of the primary concept of our corpuscle as levitating atoms and molecules, where a particle can represent a certain room and as a corpuscle unit can be described as a metaball shape, where the rooms can be connected in a variety of ways. It doesn't have to be attached to a specific physical location and can exist in different environments. The units are interconnectable via halls and corridors between them. This chapter's design process started with the definition of our deployment logic. We experimented with different methods of Chladni pattern generation, both in Grasshopper and Houdini, until we found the right part catalog form. Out of the collection, we generated a sequence and further refined its shape in Grasshopper. We converted the sequence to a volume in Houdini to emphasize the fusion of our corpuscle units. Hereafter, we defined our public areas on two different levels in Rhino. The water surface and the wall details were created procedurally, and the final renders were created in Keyshot. So our deployment system is built around the frames of a Chladni pattern sequence. As the corpuscles of our inhabitants with the same consciousness level are closely related, they merge around these attractor fields with each other. Based on the frequency patterns, we define a catalog of different amalgamation options. Atish will tell us now more about our deployment sequence, how our deployment sequence is built up in more detail.
Corpuscle, that is a habitable private unit, are arranged with respect to the Chladni pattern, which is a visual representation of different frequencies. These disks are further stacked into a cloud along a curve. The density of this disk is determined by the overall consciousness of the community. The more denser areas also form intersectional spaces. The high density areas further break into public spaces, which are transportation hub, daily needs store, co-working spaces, parking facilities, and other such everyday activity spots. This curvilinear levitation cloud also has a public space underneath floating on the water surface. These public spaces are more for leisure activities like underwater staycation, concert arenas, and museums. The public zones represented on two different levels are inspired by the Roman concept of otium, which is leisure time, and negotium, which is business and daily affair, where otium was a time to put aside political or career gains and focus on the progress of the soul. Terraces of these public spaces are the best spot for cloud watching. The constant changing, shrinking, disappearing of unit is similar to stargazing. The units disconnect and disappear when the inhabitants merge with few of their private units with the Island Museum is a space where you can experience the work of some popular artist with the ability to interact in the form of touch and feel the 3D representation of their work. Thank you.
And this is our final design.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Beautiful work. I wish you would zoom in a little bit more into some of your creations so we can actually see them a little bit better. I think that some of the interior shots that you created, yeah, they're absolutely stunning. And oh yes, now we really see what's happening. And also some of the interiors, I think, that you had from the corpuscle phase. You show them as small images, but I think that it's quite interesting to see what's happening in your world, not just from the exterior, but from the interior part. And I love how dedicated you are to your story and how rich it is and how you're adding multiple layers to it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to say, like, you have one of the most organized aggregation of all teams, which is very appreciated. Like, you keep the things simple and very clear.
Yeah. Thank you.
Anyone else?
For me, somehow this project, I think it's somehow the result is quite beautiful in some ways, but in some other ways, what I think is missing is this experience of frequency and traveling through the frequencies. What I think what would benefit your project quite a lot is actually having an experience of kind of going through all of these frequencies and experiencing the progression of these frequencies. I feel that the slices or the slicing is in some way quite beautiful. In other ways, I think kind of just the act of actually going through them or like kind of connecting them and having an experience in between them is actually the more, maybe even more beautiful space in between. And I feel that in between space is a bit underused. And then having this kind of experience of fastly going through or kind of gliding through this hole, I imagine people would kind of constantly be kind of circulating around this structure quite a lot. And yeah, I feel that in the next chapter that it's all about movement, you should try to kind of take this experience of 2D, the expression of a 2D frequency in a 3D kind of navigation somehow.
Yeah, definitely, you know, having one immediately showing from inside, looking through would have been great.
And also the medium of animation, right? Like it comes also as a part that could be explored in, especially in this project, because it is about the movement, about the experience, about the frequencies, about things that one static beautiful image is not going to give you. So definitely thinking about how to go into After Effects and start to show the project in all its glory, it's just going to make it magnificent.
Yeah, I would say the same. Yeah, sorry.
Even showing maybe like that your structure is actually dynamic or changing somehow through time.
Yeah, definitely. I think in also from my side, here with the animation means like, because it's like you can kind of feel the particles. It's like so it's again is a bit of a pity that is a frozen image, but yes, maybe it could be subtle. Maybe it could be still a fixed camera and the project is just moving, so it doesn't have to be too crazy, like super cinematic, but gives just to give the idea that is kind of breathing or moving, like I think without going, because it's very elegant also how you represent it, so I wouldn't change much this, but maybe keep the steady cameras and small animation that kind of make the texture moving, like I think definitely in terms of representation this could be a very nice direction to explore and to learn.
Agree.
Yeah, if I could add to that, I was in terms of just representation alone, I think it's very interesting that you have the water surface, which kind of provides you the reflection, and then you could add like layers of what is, where could be, or what isn't there, just by how you put the camera angle, and have the water also represent. I mean, just the play on what could be under it or above it, and the reflection itself could add, I would say, a bit more depth to the overall visual.
Good point.
Yes, thank you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to team 2 with Ali and Alap.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Oh, you're ready to present, you guys.
Yeah.
I see some exobious backgrounds.
It's the trailer.
Right, we'll begin.
Yes.
Deterioration, extinction of plant and animal species, planetary instability. In 2099, would we need another Earth? Ladies and gentlemen, speakers, admin, guests, and fellow students, we, Alab and Ali, proudly present Exuvius Volume 3, The Anthro-Cyborg Metamorphosis, a Catalyst Towards Growth, the Exuvian Organism. In just 50 years, we would have managed to move ourselves out of a state that we were in the past 10,000 years. We have now moved from the Holocene to the Anthropocene, where humans are the primary drivers of change. We are already approaching tipping points threatening the planet's stability and triggering an irreversible decay. Could we reverse this decay? Is it possible to induce decay as a catalyst for growth? We investigate the systems of nature where insects and animals undergo molting to grow, to evolve, to adapt. We anticipate and we program the advancement of technology and the harmony of man and machine, and design a resilient system of symbiosis. We introduce a fungal growth system with varying fungal species that either decompose, enrich, sustain, or defend our ecosystem. With the ability of fungi to metabolize harmful substances and generate fertile soil, we catalyze a single spore to convert a desolate land into an oasis of life. From that oasis, we expand. We follow the journey of the Exuvian man, initially deployed in a bushfire-stricken cliff in Australia's central region. He serves as a scout and scientist, equipped with a suit sporting molting abilities, which promote adaptability and autonomy to sustain himself. Together with the Exuvian scrambler pod containing all his necessities and building materials, he sets off to find uninhabitable areas suitable for rehabilitation. Once established, he begins his day-to-day routine of gathering surrounding organic material to convert into usable resources for growing the first habitat, the Exuvian oasis seed. Presenting the next chapter of Exuvius, the Exuvian organism, a highly adaptive and resilient colony that functions to create livable cities from desolate topologies. We examine how this colony was carefully designed alongside the growth logic of several organisms, mainly the fungus. A fungus's main role in the ecosystem is to decompose and break down undigestible matter into soil for the next stage of life. So does our organism. From spore release to mycelium growth to fruiting body, we have taken its essence and equipped it into our growth algorithms. We return to the Exuvian journey as the conditions get better, more and more Exuvian scouts join in, pooling resources together and forming clusters. This marks the beginning of the Exuvian organism's growth sequence. Looking into the development of this community structure, we observe that the clustering of 3 to 5 initial oasis seeds produce a spore release. This event will soon form the main stems and will begin to seek crevices and darker areas, much like the behavior of fungal growth in the forest. As the main stem matures from being fed resources, it moves on to the second phase, seeking sunlight for its fruiting bodies. As the secondary stems cantilever further, it starts requiring additional support. It is in this stage that supplementary structural systems begin wrapping around, following the logic of jungle vines. From the tips of the secondary stems sprout the fruiting bodies, the major public spaces. The stems have been set and the fruiting bodies have formed. From these, the next generation of spores are released, which populate at the lower areas of the stem. This initiates the next cycle of development, where branches erupt from the stems following a diffusion-limited aggregation growth logic, but influenced by external forces such as wind, directionality towards the sky, and adherence to the terrain contours. At the tips of these branches form primordia, which comprise of spaces for living, dining, and recreation in different varieties. Finally, at the fourth phase emerges the green spaces, which is a fusion from habitats upon reaching a density threshold. This ensures a healthy ratio of habitat to green space all throughout the community.
A recap of our growth logic. We investigate our biomimetic algorithm. We have birthed our organism conforming to and working with the site or the cliff. Our stems search for moisture and nutrients from the crevices. A primordia bloomed into the public spaces as it sought for light. We repeated the mushroom cycle as we released spores for our oasis seeds. And lastly, we fused spaces by density to form semi-public spaces. Next, we display what comprises of the Exuvian organism community. Much like fungal ecosystems, there would be a variety of fungal species. Hence, the different swatches representing different phylum in the community, each with a specific set of specialty industries. First, the fungal tech, who focus on the applications of micro-based materials and consumables. Next, the fabricators, who infuse biomaterials with technology to create a vast array of utilities. Lastly, the technologists, who research the integration of nature and machine. Moving on to the other components. We have the working units, which are laboratories, vertical farms, and workshops. The green spaces, the numerous public spaces represented in this form, the green spaces, and the amphitheater. As a fully functioning, sustainable, and resilient community, we have supporting spaces such as fungal cultivation, water filtration, waste management, communal food production, energy production, recreational spaces, and the plaza. Dissecting the organism, we show 5 different layers. The main stem rooting into the topology, the public spaces which sprout from the main stem, the branching, which is the second generation of spores, the seeds, which are the habitats of Exuvian community, and lastly, the green spaces, which provide a healthy environment for the colony. To wrap up, We have designed a self-assembling community prototype that adapts to any terrain, autonomous in resources, diverse, and resilient to inhospitable conditions. Altogether, these intricate and organic forms, influenced by their functions, weave graciously around the immediate topography, exhibiting an exemplar of peak architecture and nature symbiosis, working in sync to achieve a singular macro goal: growth from decay. And with this, we leave you with the lasting question. In 2099, would you even need another Earth? Thank you all.
Thank you, guys. Really, thank you for pushing it. It become a really, really nice project. And there is a request to zoom in, please. So
you just need to do the presentation again and zoom in. That's all.
Yeah, Nadia's crying for a zoom in.
It's very heavy.
Just zoom in. Doesn't matter.
Wow. Such a rich project, really, and such a story. It just really takes you to a different space. It takes you through, you know, like really wanted to see the next episode of Exuvius. It's really amazing, guys, like all the work you've been putting in, and I'm impressed because you know, like you don't settle, you know, like for mediocrity. You always try to really push very hard and really make the best of what you have with this project. I'm excited to see, you know, the next step and what you have in store. And I know that you're having a lot of fun, even from the previous chapter, on creating different spaces and environments, and also different furniture that you had. You already had even like some of the pods that were actually used for mobility. So I'm really curious to know what you have in mind in the next chapter, how to actually go and how to have the opportunity to be mobile within this space that it's already, you know, like so well designed, and there is so much going on in it.
You know, thanks. First of all, thanks for inviting me. I really like this project for several reasons. One of the reasons is really that, as you said, it was very sort of thoroughly sort of analyzed in so many ways. It really is a project that really touches upon the idea of sort of a completely ecological change. There's really sort of maybe post-singular, maybe post-Anthropocene or whatever, that it really sort of begins to foresee certain ideas about, you know, how can we behave in certain conditions where atmospherically or otherwise are really rather complex. I think also the kind of biological sort of intelligence reference in a way that you use that procedural aspect of it to really define a project is really quite intense and really quite, you know, well developed, because it never reaches the point where it becomes sort of, you know, sort of solely depending on the narrative in so many ways, but also sort of sci-fi-ish. So it really has a kind of tightness to a condition that you've developed in a kind of very sort of solid speculative way. And the kind of analogies that you begin to build really build also credibility, but spatially, perhaps, although we don't see that, I would like to see more of that kind of spatial continuity and the navigation through it, and really sort of, you know, vertical and horizontally, or how that really is developed. But at the same time, I think the development of the analogy really makes you understand that there's defiant of scale in so many ways. So scale is really something that is really no longer an issue, because there's really sort of, there are all kinds of possibilities scale-wise in the development of changing it programmatically. So I think those are the conditions that I find really sort of interesting in that. Although I think in a way, I like the way that you sort of break down the scale as well as the kind of work specialties that you develop within it, as well as programmatic. But I think also would like to see it more organizationally, in a sense that, is this kind of a vertical disposition? Is this a horizontal disposition? Or how does it really work, you know, as far as navigation and the kind of allocation of those particular programs and those particular spaces? But other than that, I think it's really truly remarkable and really very intense, and truly sort of understanding what this kind of work really should be addressing. So congratulations to all of you. It's really amazing. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Gabriel. And exactly, this is the next chapter we're going in. It's mobility. So it's going to be mobility on the systems of how actually it's going to happen, like throughout the amalgamations that everyone has created, and also on the level of the vehicle, so public and personal. So that's what we're going to see in the next Exuvius Volume 4.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Yeah, me, like, again, also this one, beautiful. I really like how he's actually like you can recognize some things, but then what is happening in between at the moment is even richer than the actual big spaces, and how you treat the materials is really next level and gives a very nice layering on the project. And because of that, I would even, you know, like I saw that you already started. My suggestion, and maybe, I mean, just could be an exploration to how to make it even more richer, these kind of images. You can maybe also in the narrative apply a light element that I can see somewhere, and I think that could be a very nice implementation of maybe like a function of the project where the light starts to create also moments that gives more like the feeling of motion. So I think yes, seeing this project, I was just wondering if light could be the next, like in terms of texture, because you already kind of explore a huge library. Could be maybe the next moment. So you have maybe more dark area in shadows and other more bright. So could be also can create like a nice hierarchy also in the images. But very nice one also, this one.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I would like also to say for that's a general comment for all the teams. Right now, after we have seen this project, we understand very well the importance of texturing and materiality in your concepts as well as in your representation. So many projects are actually not represented so well as they could have been if they have also taken the materiality they already researched from their corpuscle. And I know this is also because of time, and it takes a lot of time and effort, but this is what makes the difference, and we see it now. One blank city representation is different than one actually detailed city representation. So thank you for that.
Yeah, and also a suggestion, maybe, I don't know, this is like more about maybe power, like it depends, of course, which kind of computer do you have. Rather than, you know, having a blank project, I would rather suggest to have a portion of it. So if you cannot apply to all of it, because otherwise your computer can, you know, can't handle it, I suggest rather than keep it wide, just maybe make it zoom in and apply to it. So just to give the idea of what could be. Because I know that it's also stupid to lose, I don't know, hours and time of rendering everything. But of course, everyone has their own technique of doing it. But rather than having it textureless or only with the same kind of typology, just changing color, I would rather focus on one portion where you do a test in a small scale that I guess now everyone can handle it. Just because really texture gives the real deal when you see the images, and you guys did it in a very nice way. Actually, it was very good.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would also
can understand
like
scale a lot better.
Yeah, I would also like to add one comment. I think you guys have a very unique feature for, the mushroom is really start forming. And for your special, I think like spatial relation, you actually have all the space underneath of the platform and an umbrella. So, traditional, we're talking about architecture and space. They are actually the relation of figure ground of certain like canopies or like a pavilion occupies the space underneath. So I think you have a huge room on this aspect to actually design around it. So now, we look at everything from above and it's kind of like this very cool disk floating with a lot of details above. But I feel like at some point, maybe like underneath or actually the space casting through maybe like the roots and skeleton would also creating like another unique feature. Even like all the fold you have here.
Yes, thank you very much.
Good point, everyone. Thank you. I just want to remind everyone that that you can feel free to take any screenshots and share in social media if you like. So feel free to do so if you feel like it.
I just wanted to add a very quick thought, because as I was looking at this, I like the fact that even though you had a lot of typologies and geometries to play with, that did not get in the way of telling the story of how the aggregation works, which was a challenge in itself. So you had to have control over the corpuscle, but that really, even though you had like 20 of them, at no moment did it stop the story from unraveling and looking at it as an aggregation rather than separate parts sticked together. So it's the control of the aggregation, which I would say it's quite successful given the multitude of topologies.
This is a very important aspect, exactly, like the rules of the aggregation, that everything is created with computational strategies, like with these projects, like, and again, not losing sight of what you're actually creating and going through all chapters and staying true to your initial concept, vital. And thank you so much for really pushing this project.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you for all the comments. Unfortunately, we have to continue, otherwise we'll be here many hours. So team 3, Anthony and Aman.
Hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Oh wait, let me share my screen actually. Forgot about that. Wait. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Okay.
All right. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon. Today we're going to be talking about amalgamation chapter for Codex Recreo, a revised manuscript. I have with me today Aman as well. So Codex Recreo is a simulation of a parallel world where the main element of life is a symbiote. Similar to carbon, the symbiote spurs life to a civilization made up of 4 classes. Foragers that track and collect, evolve into an agronomist, which grow and multiply, followed by an alchemist, which fuses and optimizes, reaching the ephemeral stage, which builds and expands. In prosthesis, we focused on the first 2 classes, given their need to extract most resources out of the environment around them. In corpuscle, we wanted to showcase the harmony that was necessary for this ecosystem of life, where the structure evolved with the correlating stages of evolution. For amalgamation, we take this synergy one step further, highlighting the importance of organic expansion throughout a self-sufficient ecosystem. We began by looking at recursion and growth systems that are present in our real world and utilize these ideas in our design. The symbiote is scattered onto a terrain based on light direction and slope angle. Sorry, I wish I had played this before. We then use the result clustering to initiate forager starting points across the terrain. From these starting points, we then aggregated in the direction of symbiotic flow, giving way for the agronomist units. These units were again clustered based on proximity to attach vertical connections. These vertical connections are where our alchemists evolve into ephemerals, seeking refuge in the blooming structures. Right. I don't know why this happened. Our overall design underwent many iterations. First by trying to connect different corpuscle together, eventually by trying to apply similar techniques used for the corpuscle in order to create the meshes required for connections. To better explain this, we have sequenced the phases on a timeline that spans across about 150 years. Symbiotes are grown, as mentioned before. Foragers' starting points begin from the clustered areas aggregating in the symbiotic direction. Agronomist units deploy their greenhouses. This is followed by the start of road networks, excavations connecting multiple colonies, basically. Alchemist phase is later reached, and we begin to experience the ephemeral blooms as well as laid out road structures. The byproduct of this interconnected system eventually yields our public spaces. So let's have a closer look now at the road system and aggregational flow analysis. Aman, if you want, you can take over from here.
You mute. I think there's some background noise on your end.
Oh yeah? Sorry.
Yeah, it's like a vacuum. Okay, so the next one, we're going to be looking at the road network. So what we were able to do is, we were able to find these different variations of the road networks and how they basically organize within the terrain based on different densities of the symbiote. So these are like some of the iterations that we went, and how the system works. And how the system works, we can find out in the next slide. You can go next. Yeah, okay. So this is basically a whole system which basically explains how the entire system is built. So in the first 4 slides, if you see in the first 4 frames, you can see how we kind of analyzed where the symbiote is present on the terrain, and then we kind of like found this opportunities of spaces which we could potentially use as public spaces or the places that we had to build structures on. So we didn't actually want to do it manually, but we wanted to algorithmically find a solution. So what we did is we built the roads around the symbiotes, and then we used these roads as guiding geometries where we could differentiate like sub meshes on the ground. And basically then we analyzed how much symbiote is present on each mesh. So based on that, based on the symbiote density on a mesh and also the area, we were able to come up with which public space could be used where. And that's pretty much how this entire system works. And the next slide will highlight. Yeah, so before coming to the visuals, we would like to show you this entire contextual diagram highlighting the key points in our system, where we have some of the shrines which are connected to the ephemerals. We have the libraries which are connected to the alchemists, and we have these very agronomist seeds which are connected to the agronomists. The next slide. So these are some of the experimental visuals that we have seen. So we have really played around with the density of the heights of the ephemerals, and these are some of the public spaces which we have, which are the spore trees and stuff. And the next one is also some of the visuals. Here you can see a lot of these agronomist fields which are scattered around our entire context. And then the next one would be the final visual of our amalgamation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well done, team. Beautiful work. I think that you have one of the strongest stories on actually how you documented and how you achieved the design and your amalgamation, how you're thinking step by step and how you're achieving this very high complexity. You're also mentioning a lot of the actual software and techniques that you're using, which is a strong point. I do think that although that point is very well developed, the visuals need a lot of work. You did turn it around for the short period you have, and now they're obviously inviting. But I feel that you do have a very rich environment. You have a lot of spaces that you have developed, and they're not quite there yet to actually pass the information through in order for us to understand the experiences and the differences within what is happening in each of these spaces.
Yeah, I agree. I think, sorry, if I could just comment on that. I think, it's when we started with the aggregation, given, as I explained, how we kind of had to use the aggregation in the way of meshing the same way we did with Corpuscle. So we couldn't really do duplicates of stuff. And when it came to rendering and detailing, I used 2-3 computers, and it was really a pain. But yeah, I think it just needs a lot of passes. I agree. The visual could use a lot more, but there's just so much going on, and time.
Yeah,
but yeah, thank you.
Yeah,
thank you.
it's not the good thing exactly is that we're in the middle of the process, right? We're in chapter 3, we have other chapters to go. This is not the final presentation, and you're learning as you're going, right? Then you're understanding how much time you need in order to really nail it and to get to the place that you should be. And you have this time also to go back and take this opportunity.
Yeah, we do. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you.
I think what's important that you have all the things from the theory lab, all the steps and all the characters that you initially had in the beginning, and now you're having them on the chapter and keeping moving, and you still can work on the images later on the we're still in the middle of the master, so
yeah,
great stuff.
Thank you.
What is interesting about your result is that after all of this kind of very careful analysis and kind of talk about circulation and kind of connecting everything and creating all of these connections, you end up with structures that are actually quite far apart from each other. That is kind of surprising to me. It feels like there are these structures that are slightly far away from each other. It's like quite a low density. There are these clusters, but then in between the clusters there's quite a lot of empty space, and also somehow you're using basically only one typology. In the visuals we see basically kind of one typology that kind of dominates visually, and then you just kind of look at that. Somehow when I was looking at your initial kind of step-by-step development, there's this kind of design development diagrams that are more in white, iteration phase 1, iteration phase 2. It felt like there was a lot of kind of richness, and that there was a lot of things happening, and there was kind of some good density happening and quite some good layers happening there. Yeah, there.
In these, yeah. I can explain something about what happened, maybe, or what you might have, because basically here we were still aggregating above ground, and the whole idea and the concept of that we carried forth from Corpuscle onto amalgamation was the fact that these foragers start from the ground surface, they go underground, and then they go back up at the agronomist level. So I guess that's kind of where we hit a lot of the structures and those clustering that you're talking about. That's why we put this axonometric diagram here on the right. Yeah.
But maybe what is interesting then is that there's in the beginning there's a lot of, and I remember also your story from the first from the previous chapters, that there was this kind of thing about the evolution and people who are kind of working on kind of terraforming the whole planet. And I think there was an opportunity here, and especially seeing this these kind of sequences of iterations that you show a little bit like first, maybe in the beginning, it's like very active at the ground level, and then as they finish their work, they kind of free up the space at the ground level, and then they kind of concentrate things above ground, and then maybe they leave space for other things to happen at the ground level, maybe. But I think kind of maybe readjusting some of the parameters to create a little bit more density, or maybe just showing up a sequence of evolution kind of would really, because I think you have such a strong story in the beginning here, and that it's really a shame that these visuals really don't do justice to your project. I think it's probably the most well constructed project, but you probably still need to fiddle with what is the end result of your project.
I agree. It's the thing, like I repeat maybe what I said to Pavlina, it's like the system that was created, it kept on generating so many different iterations, and it was so hard to kind of say, this is the one I want, but this is the one I want, this is the combination that I want, because everything is all parameterized, how big the connections are, how far apart, where the symbiotes are laid out, how the terrain is. It starts from how the terrain looks. So each terrain.
Thank you, Anthony. But that's that's your job as a computational designer to make this work, right?
That's
the whole idea.
No, I agree. Of course. Maybe I'm giving.
To help you though. To help you though in this process, I think that probably what you need is a set of goals to be able to judge your iterations against. So, go back to your initial thinking when you laid out your project and try to come up with the goals of this settlement. What is it? What are the targets that you want to hit? And then judge your iterations based on that. And that's going to give you, performance results based on those goals. So what is it that performs better? And then all of a sudden you just have parameters to work with that will give you higher or lower results, basically.
Agreed. Okay, yeah. I mean, I agree on that point, and it makes sense, definitely. We tried to do that bit by bit, and I think it's just a matter of tweaking and keep, getting, like you said, ticking the boxes on each one.
But when you try to generate those goals, think of them regardless of design. Think of the goals in terms of your initial hypothesis, right? What are you trying to create, and what is this thing supposed to do? And then you're going to judge your project based on that. But just, basically go back to the beginning to how you set your hypothesis and say, okay, these are my goals. And then at the end, it's going to be much easier. But, try not to get tangled in form when you are defining those goals. Otherwise, it's not going to work because it's hard to judge form.
Agreed.
It's very subjective. This is why you can't come up with one iteration that you like, because it becomes subjective if you don't have strong parameters that you can judge that are performance parameters.
Oh,
Exactly.
absolutely. Yeah.
Thank you.
It is. Thank you.
Yeah, and maybe could help to also work in plan with this kind of project. I think that the images are very successful. The one on top of the big image. I think in those ones somehow you can read very nice how the organization of the space is. So maybe working in plan for you guys would be actually a good help to to understand what you like also, and if the concept is working. Also, considering the first references that you are basing the whole research is like plan views, top views. So maybe this could be like, I agree to go back, maybe back to that moment to actually create the rules that they're going to generate your design, because in terms of shape and stuff is great, like the production is good, but it's more about really is a bit missing the in the views, like the feeling of the actual overall space and everything. But yeah, very nice. Yeah, a big plan. I would do a big plan, like huge, where you can see also the levels with shadows and maybe and next to maybe, yeah. But very nice.
Yeah, follow on that.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Sorry, you can go first.
Oh, just a very quick comment. I think that the fact that you're running into like this air quotes problem that, you know, you're generating so many different aggregations and you don't know which one to pick is actually a really good problem, because that means that your system, right, is working out really nicely. And I think that your Gina's comment on like creating like a criteria evaluation is great. But for the final, you know, it would be great if like you guys also establish, you know, now that you know the exact time or kind of like an idea of the time that is taking you to generate the visual, sometimes you just need to like pick one. And, you know, maybe it's just like picking one for like one moment and then picking another one for another, because you're trying to like sell the system. Maybe not necessarily, you know, like the best iteration, but you're trying to sell, you know, that the system could not only work in this particular location, but maybe in another one, right? So what you're trying to like celebrate is, you know, the fact that you can create multiple conditions that are equally, you know, as great.
Yeah, absolutely.
But great project. I think, you know, the visuals are definitely, you know, the weakest part, but I think again, it's you guys are at a good stage where you have a system that is working. So that's amazing.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think like a lot of those forms are kind of generated based on the typology of the terrain, and it's kind of like really strongly as plan. Also section is kind of interesting, but I feel like you can start adding a second layer of thinking how to maybe organize a spatial relation, like which part is actually could be defined as maybe like a center point, and it could be on like the higher the plateau of the typology. So another thing I remember from one of the review, I think like the spherical units we have here as aperture, it has a specific function, but if you actually organize it into like a living space or any type of habitat, like do you think that need to repeat that many times whenever it's populated? So I think those secondary or third level of information could help you to actually organize some of the decision-making process.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
And also in terms of programming, like I think the success of the previous team was like in dealing with like many different programs and showing a variety of programs. And I think if you would have had different say corpuscles or different elements that you were working with, it would have helped, because right now you see the one kind of dominate everything.
Yeah, I would like also to add that basically for me, but I'm with you, you know, full time, so it's a different perspective. But it's just your corpuscle was very detailed already, and a type of aggregation itself. And now this, so basically, Team 2 had similar problem, but they managed to do the step towards an actual aggregation that's similar but different. So they upgraded it, so to say, but where you are now having all of this research that's so in depth, but then you didn't manage to make this step by making it something more different or more interesting, or maybe it's because of the visuals. But in any case, if you have at the end of the year you have time, but in general you have to put in the time also to, you know, exactly have the different usage, the different whys and hows and so forth. So because your computational part is very strong, but your actual concept now is lacking in this chapter.
Okay.
Yeah, I second what they're saying. It's about the experiences, and these visuals are exactly this. You're opening a window towards this experience and showing us what is happening actually within the system, right? You have the richness, but it's about telling the story now. And I think that you just didn't use wisely the last week that was given to you, to be honest. And that's the situation. You didn't. You thought that you were in a good spot, but now, you know, like that's where this is coming from. That's why I use all the time that you've got, guys.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Still, you're going to make it this chapter.
Yeah. We'll touch up on it and get it up and running again. Not a problem.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for the feedback, everyone.
Thank you, Team 4, Simina.
Hello.
A4.
Hello.
Hello.
Do you guys see it?
Yes. All right.
Okay. My name is Mina Dimcha, and my project is called Synthetic Genesis. We need new tools, a new body, and a new mind to resist environmental challenges and explore new worlds. The project is developed on the Moon's South Pole, and it investigates how society and the human body will evolve in the future, considering two significant aspects of our society: the virtual space with digital entities and the harsh environments on Earth and beyond. How do we use digital entities to explore new worlds? By using synthetic biology, I started to create a synthetic body and to incorporate the advanced communication system into the human brain. For the first chapter, prosthesis, a prosthetic suit for the torso and the head area of the human body was developed, a shield against thermal, radiation, and impact threats, but also a highly advanced communication system within the helmet. Here, I need to mention that a transition was necessary from biological to synthetic. It was developed in 4 steps, represented by the 4 layers with different functions, materials, and densities. I don't know if you guys see it, but here there were some images.
No, we don't, but you can continue. I don't know why the images are missing.
I don't know either. Okay, for the second chapter, on Shackleton Moon crater, the corpuscle is a scientific permanent base, and it is developed on 2 directions: the exterior protective shield and the habitable space within the inflatables. On the third chapter, the horizon line, I started to analyze in depth the unique light and shadow conditions on the Moon's South Pole. With the sun and 1.5-degree angle, the bottom of Shackleton crater is a permanently shadowed region, while the ridges are in endless sunshine. So I started to do the solar analysis in 2 steps. The first step, a diffusion limited aggregation network was developed to connect the sunshine area with the water ice deposits. The network has multiple functions like water extraction and distribution, transportation system, solar energy panels. The second step was to decide where to put the solar panels. And according to the small degree of 1.5 angle with the horizon line, the solar panels can only be placed on vertical surfaces and vertical areas on the DLA network. In the DLA growth network, I have integrated different clusters with different densities, scales, and different orientation. I have living quarters, 2 different scientific areas, and a mixed area, living and scientific. The Amalgamation Park catalog includes not only the WASP modules like bridges, platforms, labs, and corpuscles, but also the DLA network and the protective shield. The computational deployment system rules array. The highlighted rules are the most important ones. and I will explain them in the next slide. Different rules for each area and each cluster. So for the first scientific area, I have two different rules. For the mixed living and scientific, other rules like lab and corpuscle, lab and platforms. For the living quarters, I have more rules because I have more density and variety, like corpuscle to corpuscle, corpuscle to bridge, and corpuscle to platform. And for the other scientific area, I have a lab to corpuscle and lab to lab. So the sequence, I started with the crater, and according to the solar analysis and the water ice deposits, this is the optimal area to start developing the colony. Basically to bridge and to connect the water ice deposits in the sun area on the ridge. The DLA network with multiple functions, as I mentioned before, with water extraction and distribution and transportation system. The network is growing in density according to different clusters and activities, like living quarters and the scientific area. The scientific area is placed inside the crater. The fields for aggregation vary in density and scale. Living units with different densities. Scientific units here are added in blue. Public interior spaces and public platforms. The protective layer against radiation and micrometeorite impact developed with Dendron in Grasshopper, which then I have imported it into Houdini to finalize it. For my project, I think it is essential to be presented with and without the protective shield so that things are much more clear. Here, the public space locations. I have semi-private areas in the living quarters and also interior public spaces. This render shows a semi-private space overall render. I also, with this diagram, I want to show the difference between the semi-private and the public in living quarters. Here, there are these openings and cavities and platforms that create the public space. I also have interior public spaces with the platforms and interior public spaces within the inflatables, the pressurized volumes. And here, as an experience, public spaces on the moon offer totally different experiences, like admiring the Earth and the lunar South Pole region with bright areas and long shadows. Another aspect of the moon environment could be the acoustics. A silent exterior, as we never experience here on Earth, versus noisy interiors. This is the amalgamation with all elements, with the solar panels array on the network and the shield and inflatables, the modules, the platforms. And for the final render, I want to say that public spaces that are oriented towards the Shackleton crater are dedicated to scientific activities. And I would end by reading a quote for Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, a message that she sent to the Apollo crew mission before their landing on the moon. I salute the skill and courage you would have brought men to the moon. May this endeavor increase the knowledge and well-being of mankind. Thank you.
Thank you, Simina.
You're a powerhouse. Really, congratulations on like the diversity of work and like everything you've done, like working on your own. That's really impressive.
Thank you. I don't know where those images with the prostheses gone, because the last time I checked the board, they were there. I just no idea what happened.
Maybe it's Miro.
Yeah, it's sometimes
maybe it didn't load them. No.
I also want to congratulate you for the amount of work. I think it's a rather complex project. It has really so many variances and so many things, from the way that it's aggregated, the deployment, the way that it's panelized, the way that you conceive the platforms, all kinds of things that are really quite complex, in the way that you sort of develop this environment. So, and I think that the presentation is really quite rich, but I saw at the same time, I just really, because of the diversity of it, it kind of requires a way to be even more careful about the kind of classification of it, and really to kind of explain it even better, because I think it also kind of takes away from the amount of work that you've done and the precision that you have sometimes to kind of go very quickly over it, because I really was trying to follow certain things. And I think also even in your workflow and the way that you work from one software to another is really quite intense and quite rich and interesting. And really, so even sort of the relationship between the inflatable elements and other ways and the way they attach and they were performed, they're also that's something really quite interesting. So there's really even, it's like a subtopics of all the topics that you really talk about, even from generative and the creation of this particular environment. And the last thing I would say is really also is like this last image or whatever is really, it's powerful, but I think there are other images to me that will be sort of even more interesting in the way that you will develop it, not only from the exterior looking at it as an object, but also spatially in terms of being in platforms or other places. Otherwise, will be quite rich and interesting in the way that you even the way you would think of showing that. I think that's really also something that could be explored even through different softwares or other ways to do it. So, but overall, sort of congratulations is really amazing.
Thank you. I really feel that this project needed more renders from many more angles to show all the other stuff that I didn't have time to show. So yeah, I agree. There are more things in the project that I really hope I will show them by the end of the program.
Anyone else?
I think this quite charming vision for the moon. It's very textural in many ways, and has this kind of it takes a little bit from this kind of water. It's almost like globules of water that float in this kind of very tissue-like space somehow, and we feel the moon is very massive, and this kind of brings it to like a very fine scaled representation. But in some way, what I'm missing, and in your presentation, you were talking about this kind of like the one side that is in the permanently in the light, and one side that is permanently in the shadow. And I would have loved to see a little bit more of a difference between these, or maybe have different modules that address the condition of being in the light, and modules that address the condition of being in the shadow in some way, and then also take advantage, I guess, of this kind of huge temperature difference for some kind of power generation, or like cooling, or I don't know. I think there's quite a lot of potentials in here, and then yeah. I'm wondering, it feels a little bit almost like you're creating another kind of canyon wall in this project, and I'm wondering how is that kind of helping your like how that kind of came about, kind of growing from the conditions on the moon, where you kind of want to kind of hide yourself either from the extremely intense sun, or from meteors, or from other things, and radiation, because it's a very kind of particular space that you're placing yourself in. And I think that this kind of aesthetic of water, which is kind of a very good shielding against radiation in general, is very good. And I'm also curious about this kind of shiny cubes that what are their functions. I guess they're kind of carrying the resources from the bottom of the crater. But I think it's a bit of a pity that there is not more variation in terms of this kind of like elements between light and dark. At least I would have loved to see a little bit more of these kind of types of elements.
Basically, I decided to place the living unit on the ridge to have the sunshine, to enjoy the light, and all the scientific and working spaces, I have placed them more in the dark area because the dark areas are permanently dark, a thing that we don't have here on Earth, and they deserve to be looked out for and to study and to do experiments, and that was the logic for my aggregation. So basically I have taken the light area and the water ice in the dark and have connected and used these resources for the colony to grow. And yeah,
it's important to be precise about what living means, because if you're talking about living spaces like sleeping spaces and stuff, like in general, when you're talking about these high radiation areas, you want to be exposed as little time as possible to this radiation. So when you're in the sun, you're actually exposed to quite a lot of radiation. So actually in a lot of documentation about like living in space, you actually want to the time that you spend most. So for example, when you sleep, where you kind of spend your free time, you want to be shielded by radiation, and then you want to spend the least amount of time outside of this protection. So I mean, it's
true, but since the whole amalgamation goes around the new body that I have created in the first chapter, so I have given the new human new abilities to face the harsh environments and the radiation. The project basically cannot go the way right now. The things go right now in outer space, on ISS, for instance. I mean, it is a different direction, and I think on any space colony that could be in the future, people should have the opportunity to see the light and not to be with the whole base buried under some. Okay, I know the shield is necessary, but still we need to see the light, the landscape, the sky, and we need to have these open areas. That's it.
Also want to add a comment here. I feel like you had this translucency you're rendering and also in the earlier stage of development, which is quite nice and compelling show in the final presentation and when you actually zoom in. And all the analysis and also this idea of having network replaced in like lights or like having scientific space in different areas is very interesting. But I think it would be more clear if you start actually have some more analysis and also explanation for like how some of the form and density has been generated, because we have seems like always in this project those elements like light and shadow which are created through like artificial source and also like nature. So some of those conversations is very tricky to actually start breaking into because it's very literal when we talk about those conditions. So I feel like when you're actually zooming in, say those bubbles and when it's becoming like shiny and also glowing, it's kind of there's like a slightly detachment from when you're actually seeing it further from distance. So maybe like be a little bit more careful when you actually, especially like the platform element, because the scale is very different from the like really fiber looking bubbles. So maybe like have a little bit more thoughts and also explanation on this transaction. I mean, it's kind of like on the image itself, but also on the structure or skeleton you picked for construct your units.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you very much for the comments.
If I could add to that, just on the protective layer, I feel at times it could be a bit more transparent just to show the different types of densities and clustering that you have, because for sure there are spaces with different qualities that could be seen through the protective layer. At times it seems that it's either the aggregation or the protective, and not like a layered approach on how you present the overall composition. But it's a very interesting outcome, and it's obvious the level of work that's been put into the developing the project.
Thank you so much. I'll take care of that.
Yeah, my comment very fast, just for my opinion, too much light saturation in this image, but I've said that already, so you know. All right, thank you, Simina.
Thank you.
Good work. We're going with team A5, Juan Kirk.
Hi, I'll share my screen now.
Yes, please.
Hi, my name is Kirk. The title of my project is Harmonauts. So the project started off with assuming the Supreme Mind, which has the ability to sort of connect to all knowledge in the universe. So prosthesis explores...
Can you please zoom in a little bit? Sorry.
Sorry? Volume.
Can you please zoom in a little bit?
So prosthesis explores the animal anatomy to be used as an enhancement for the human body to perform beyond human capabilities. And Corpuscle explores a factory unit that stores these body parts for reference and for the maintenance of the body and the mind. So the project started off with interpreting the corpuscle as an atomic arrangement. So every shape carries inherent properties. There's a reason why thrusters are triangle. There's a reason why solar cans are cylinder. And so to demonstrate the logic is that the good example is diamond and graphite. Despite them both being carbon, is that graphite is very brittle and diamond is very strong. So the difference between them is the arrangement. So the strength of a structure comes not from the element itself, but from the structural whole. So graphite is layered two-dimensionally, therefore they can slide off each other very easily. Whereas diamond, they are tetrahedral shape. They are triangular, three-dimensional triangle, and therefore they are very strong. So based on this structural understanding is that we can sort of interpret it as an upright cube or an upright tetrahedron. And then the shapes and patterns are projected two-dimensionally. And then the angles will be potentially used as a constraint for the growth process. And this sort of pattern abstracted becomes sort of my palette of visual conditions. So these are some of the exploration of the aggregation based on the tetrahedral arrangement, exploring from simple to complex, from one condition to two condition and to three condition. So at the macro level, the site is located in Iceland, which is between the tectonic cracks. Oh yeah, I forgot to talk about the function is a geothermal power plant, so that to extract energy from a volcano. And then the volcano is located at Iceland, and the volcano name is Grímsvötn, I can't pronounce it, which is one of the most active volcanoes in Iceland. So we sort of construct a solar analysis along the site. We can see that there's this area that's dark, approximately at north, and we have say an area of bright at the approximate diagonal. So to rationalize the condition is that we can sort of establish a parameter around the volcano, and then we can sort of through the geometry and diagrams we can use colors to so the light and shade, light and dark reflects the living and working, right? Because the living can enjoy the sun and the working can be secondary prioritized. So those in the shades have to rely on their height to gain sun, and those in the light can further maximize their sun by extending further and wider. So this lends to a sort of a skewed fan shape, one that's long at the diagonal and one that's tall at the north. So lending to this form. So the living sort of dominates the plan, and the working dominates the section. So in terms of growth, is that the growth has also explored as tropism. So tropism is the idea that growth in a direction based on incentive, right? So trees grows according to the direction of sun, according to the direction of water, right? So according to this logic is that growth is directional and not purely random. So if we sort of introduce area of negative incentive and positive incentive, we can dictate how the growth pattern would be. So this pattern is dictated by the zoning established from the sun. And then to unify the micro and macro condition is that we want to bring back the arrangement back to the growth system so that it emphasizes the structural stability of the tetrahedra, right? So these are some of the patterns generated based on the constraint. So we have like having 45 and 60 degrees growing together, which doesn't establish any pattern because they clash. And then we have solely 45 degrees that cannot express the 60 degrees, and we have the 60 degrees that cannot establish 45 and 90 degrees. So to sort of bridge the condition between the two, you have to control 3 dimensions: dimension of time, dimension of angles, and the dimension of zone, right? To grow in different zone at different time with different angle, therefore creating a fluctuating pattern between the 60 degrees tetrahedral angles and the 45 degrees angle, sort of expressing the orientable identity of the tetrahedra and the sort of back and forth relationship of light and shade working and living. So this lines becomes my equivalent architecture grid, right? That's a relationship of point and line. So the obvious strategy is to approximate the massing unit against a point and to approximate the connector unit as a curve. The massing unit is approximately a sphere, and the curve connector unit is approximately a line, right? So this becomes a grid that sort of join these two systems together. And to sort of bridge the third condition, if we have A prime as massing point and B prime as connector unit curve, the third condition would be A to B prime, which is a massing unit against a curve, hence bridging the condition between the two. So the curve element contrasts the angular grid and sort of meeting back each other at the circle, becoming a layering of a curvilinear angular. And this is the established plan, and these patterns are all perceived in this rendered plan. So this is the exploded diagrams and the fragments. We have the living units that's horizontally stretched, and then we have the sort of working units that's vertically stretched. And then we have some secondary units that's sort of spread out in between. And this is the final rendering as a whole. The volcano and all these conditions put together. Thank you.
Beautiful work, Kirk. Thank you so much.
Okay.
I love to see that how you're advancing and really putting all this presentation together and all the scientific method that you're approaching your work. It's really coming along here and really explaining the whole idea behind the project, right? And also the visuals are very strong and appealing and saying the same story.
Thank you.
Yeah, Kirk, what I can say is that you really pushed it. You developed a very, very bulletproof concept, which is connected to the computational methods and strategies, and that's really, really great. On the other hand, you struggle with the decision making, so as team A3, you couldn't at the end really show the best possible option of all of that in the best possible way, but it's a very good trial, let's say.
Hi. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
the renderings as well, because the renderings, you know, it's like it's very good, it's much better than what you had, but right now it's not what it could have been.
I'd say the analysis that is quite thorough and well structured. It's my thought would be that the layering and the control of the density or the relationship between some of the areas within the aggregation are spots where there could be more work to be done, but I can definitely see the potential and the for sure it's a very systematic approach on how it was built. I'm thinking different perspectives and the different perspectives to show the spaces that are being created would have helped in telling the story a bit better.
Right.
You know, I think that it's always very difficult to sometimes really think about everything at the same time. You know, the importance of how you come about the project. I'm not fully aware how this is developed, but I think there is really a strength that is really amazing in the way that you want to develop the project as the kind of initial aspect of it, and I really do appreciate that. There's a kind of meticulousness and rigidity, and rigid aspects of it that you really want to do, and really sort of make an analysis of how you start a certain sense of development and growth and all the things that you're looking at very scientifically and the positioning of these things, which is really quite admirable. I think that then at the same time, I think there is really the difficult part is really the transition between that sort of very strong analysis and really the kind of fully developed criteria to the kind of expression of how you're going to develop other things, let's say the amalgamation of the project, the stratification of the project, or simply the way that you're going to organize the project in general after that. And I agree. I think other images would have been sort of necessary to explain parts of the project. But I think I really sort of admire these kinds of very tough beginnings in the projects, which I really do like. And I think there is really the kind of critical moment of like really reanalyzing that transition between the process itself, negotiating that into the kind of procedural aspects to really produce form otherwise in organizations. But I think is really critical of that. And I firmly believe that because of the way you're developing, I think you can definitely really sort of come up with the necessary sort of representations that really sort of, explain your project, thoroughly. So I think the project really, and I hate to say things like this, really looks quite promising. And I'm saying this in a really positive way, not in this kind of like sort of relative way, that there is something really in there that I'm very sort of sure that you can definitely explore.
Yes, absolutely, definitely. Thank you for these comments. So Kirk, take that seriously. We expect you to rock it in the next chapters.
Yeah.
Also,
Great. Sorry, I couldn't hear you, Ada. No, definitely, Kirk, you're really showing amazing progress here. Keep it up.
Thank you.
Yes, really strong background. So you have to also show it at the end. So I would like to invite all our guests to, if you feel like it, please write some comments to some groups in the chat as Anouk is doing it. I think this will be very helpful to go back to and read maybe some suggestions for their work in the future. And now we are going to take a 10 minutes break and be back at o'clock, whatever that is in your time zone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, let's resume. We have team B6 with Elena and Brian.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
Hi. So ready?
Yeah, you can start.
Okay. I'm Brian. My partner is Elena. Our project is Ouroboros. So we envision that in the near future, bionics and synthetics have advanced so much that everyone is imbued to a modest extent, perhaps even from birth. These cybernetic implants intersect with and emulate the neuronal network, mediating sensorial input and thus affecting experience and memory, such that even ideas of self become fragile. This is compounded by consumerist ideologies, as like now, but exponentially more so, the populace is bombarded with advertisements and subliminal influences that promulgate self-criticism while conveniently providing consumerist solutions, while simultaneously people are disoriented by the proliferation of disinformation. People become stranded in virtual worlds of isolation, receding behind monitors, virtual technology, and electronic communication, and slowly the real world crumbles. In the aftermath of collapse, these cyborgs repurpose these technologies to interface with one another in mutualistic ways, to share themselves and create a network of themselves rather than be subsumed in a network that's imposed upon them. This has the effect of creating a more empathetic society. There is output rather than just input. These prosthetics become an intercessor capable of still mediating sensory input, but now only with the purpose of altruism and mutualism. In the intermediary period, the cyborgs develop new uses for their prosthesis, and because we envision these prosthetics to be derived from the precedent logics of slime molds and mycorrhizal networks, we imagine that they are extensible across scales, materially and ideologically, such that the cyborgs have at their disposal the means by which to derive their subsistence and resources by breaking down and processing detritus to build new homes, cities, and societies.
The corpuscle is a home of comfort, a shell of empathy, sharing of, and self-expression. Though through patterns, cyborgs can represent their current emotional state on the shell. It takes two or more to come together and form their own place. As inhabitants connect and reform their relationship, the shell alone interconnects and evolves. At the same time, it is a machine of functions. During this chapter, we've been exploring different logics that this organic corpuscle could form clusters but avoid alienation. Thus, the corpuscle opens up and connects with the neighbors. We've created three kinds of units for two or more people. The corpuscles open up to create connections. The pink one creates more compact, dense clusters, while the green one lets more negative space to happen in between. Each part can rotate in a three-dimensional directions as it can be placed in different ways. We have some extra structural elements which help in transferring materials to the tower while processing them. Next. We choose to aggregate in New York Manhattan area as we believe the catastrophe will start from the most busy areas of the world. The unused city materials are being used to construct a new era. At first, the towers are being formed using the material of the existing buildings. They start from the highest buildings of their area, which means more material to consume. The corpuscles start aggregating on the tower as they create different types of clusters with different density. Each tower has a slightly different logic as the cyborgs create their own ways and rules while growing. On the third tower, the aggregation is reversed. The units follow the form of the structure and they leave space for the towers to be created. In addition, the signal comes in play, a mass in the air that changes form and color so as to achieve communication between the towers. Here is a closer look on how the clusters rose with different logics and densities. Overall, it is a place for a mutualistic society with different socializing opportunities.
Here we see how the infrastructure created by the reclamation of decaying buildings is now the matrix around which the corpuscles aggregate, establishing public spaces where the cyborg's interactions and other programmatic opportunities can occur. Though taking advantage of this shell, there are also instances where the absence of aggregation creates spaces that then become opportunities for new typologies to develop, as in this case of Tower 3. Here we see the public space module and the interior of that public space module and what it would be like. How we brought back elements from previous chapters of connectivity and these instances that are part of the cyborg, and also to a larger scale, an aspect of the system that they again interact with.
Last sentences.
So sorry?
Yeah. Last sentences.
Pardon?
Few more sentences, sorry.
So the experience of the new cyborgs districts is intentionally opposed to conventional logics of maximizing area or volume, creating towering structures that are yet Gothic in their seeming dissolution. They're open and airy, allowing sunlight to dapple through, and nothing endures in perpetual shadow. Ultimately, though seemingly permanent, once resources dwindle, like the mycorrhizal networks on which the system is derived, the system dissolves and migrates to new pastures, i.e. old waste, and the cycle continues.
Thank you, guys.
This is the end. Thank you. I know you guys had some problems this chapter, but in the end, I think we managed to bring it all together, and yeah, and it's a very good project, and thank you for your efforts.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Yes, you pulled through. What I think that it's going to benefit your project in the next steps is definitely some of the talk about materiality, right? And also actually shadow and light. That's something that is going to play a big role in your creation, just because of its complexity and how it actually sits within the urban area. Also, the way that the kinesis it's going to be part of this story, it's going to enrich it even more to see maybe if some of these clusters are mobile, or is there maybe a different system that you're going to be looking into of how, you know, you're going to be moving around. But I think that definitely thinking about materiality, thinking about actually creating even some visuals that could tell this story, it's going to be something very important. It's good that you have one of the spaces that is from the interior public space, but I think it's not as powerful as it could be. And also the idea about maybe the same way that, you know, like you have this connection through the body, and also, as I remember, your project actually is working also in the interior of the body as well as the exterior. I think that there is a lot of opportunity actually to see this connection through the interiors and the exteriors of the amalgamation, and also how it might actually have an opportunity to connect with the body too. So you can really take it to a very, very high level and very deep level, right? And I think that you have an opportunity to do that.
Yeah, definitely.
Any other comments?
Yeah, well, congratulations for pushing it also in the last phase. It has given results.
Thank you.
just visually, as I'm looking at it, some of the areas that could have been explored purely on a, let's say, technical or algorithmic approach. I was wondering just what would happen if the iteration went almost all the way and conquered a bit more of the city. That would be one thought. Another, how it seems that it's guided by the geometry, but it kind of almost never surrounds it or conquers or overlaps the geometry. So the play with density, I believe, would have added a variation in terms of interior versus exterior or protected or open spaces. These are, yeah, a couple of thoughts.
Yeah, I think we didn't wanna conquer the whole torus because it would be too chaotic as a city, and we wanted to create variations in the density. So, yeah.
If there aren't any remarks, maybe we can move on. No, sorry.
Yeah, I was gonna ask, maybe I missed like the first 2 minutes. What are actually the city block you guys picked here?
It's in New York, Manhattan area, next to the park.
Nice. Yeah, I think it's pretty cool, like when you actually have this very organic flowery shape sit on those like rectangular building. But I think like the actually decision where you choose to replace it and also how it's actually eventually gonna affect all the boxes, it will be a big part for your next development. Because it's kind of now has a very, seems like intentional contract of what you have done for the design and also what are actually the city street look like. And also, I think like you guys had a really huge progress from like the previous stage for all the form and analysis. So yeah, maybe like in the next chapter, especially when we're gonna start getting into mobility and also like moving vehicles, that will be something you can actually benefit from.
Yeah, we were initially looking at the OSM data as a means to try to populate the city or demolish it as such. But unfortunately, like all of the data, it was inconsistent in the sense that some had like buildings that were apartments, it would say it was apartment or it was commercial or what it was made of, but there was no consistency with the catalog. So we couldn't really say only choose brick, only choose glass. And so it became something a little bit more mundane and based on height and volume and area.
Cool.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Thanks, guys. We move on to team 8, Francisco and Gautam. Hello, guys.
Hello. How are you?
Just 1 second. I'm sharing my screen. Just
Yes, it's visible.
yeah, just the board is a bit slow.
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay. Hello, my name is Dean Collins, and along with my partner Francisco Nassar, we've been developing our project Restorative Homeostasis. Our concept is based around this growing epidemic of stress, and this is something we've been wanting to address in each chapter and on different levels, from the individual to the community to the global scale. For our first chapter, for prosthesis, we developed a wearable that would address individual stress through support, heat, compression, massage, and ventilation. And we used inflation as a means to apply pressure to the human body to relieve these stress areas. And we used the meridian lines to section up the body and run along pressure points to hit the ideal spots for stress relief. Moving into corpuscle, we continued this idea of the meridian lines and visualized meridian lines through our negative spaces. And with this, we use inflation to create the interior furniture, which created an adaptive system for inflation and deflation to create an environment that would be stress-free.
I'm sorry, it just freezed. Okay, so going into this chapter, these images show some of the process, doing some explorations with WASP and with different scales. This image below here shows the different variants we designed for the parts of our system.
And for our site, we initially looked at Northerly Island State Park, which is off of the lakeshore of downtown Chicago. And we realized there was an opportunity to connect Northerly Island State Park, which is fairly secluded, to the McCormick Place Bird Sanctuary, another park just to the south.
So here are some explorations on drawing curves to connect these two parks. And as in the prosthesis, we wanted to start with curves and divide them. So that's how we divided the program. We have housing, resort, yacht club, and commercial section. This is our part catalog. We are using 3 different scales of our corpuscle unit and 5 other variants. So these are the connections between them that we found most interesting. This is a detail showing some of them connected. So this is the build-up sequence. First, we're starting in the first phase with housing units. In the second phase, commercial, and then from the third to the 5th phase, commercial and housing will keep growing. In the 6th phase, yacht club will start developing, and the 7th phase, resort section. And by the end of the phases, we would have a total of 600 units. And here is an image showing the northeast view of the amalgamation.
And here we have another overall render view.
So this is an exploded view showing the different sections. For the housing section, we have 400 units. For the resort, 30. 60 for the yacht club, and 110 for the commercial.
And looking at our base structure, we identified 4 public areas that we wanted to further develop as a shared space between these different programs. So here in this render, this is an experiential view of public space number 1, which is situated between housing, commercial, and the yacht club. And so we wanted to create this sort of open shared space that could be used by visitors and residents alike. Here is an experiential view of the 4th public space, which is situated between the resort area and the housing units. And so with this, we wanted to create a more secluded public space that has a nice view of downtown. And here we have our overview render of the first public space that shows it in relation to the units around it.
That's it. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
You're doing a great job staying consistent with the project, but I do think that there is a missed opportunity design-wise, especially when we're talking about inflation and deflation and stress relief, when we're looking into these public spaces and community and how this could impact, right? Because here you're showing some spaces in between your creation, but maybe this, like kinetic part, like that could change over time, might be something that could add an additional layer of the project, that it's actually meaningful to your storyline, right? You've hit all the points on creating the aggregation. It's absolutely stunning. You have a clear logic of how you're growing. You're hitting all the points, but I think that there is one element to be added or to be thought of how are you actually experiencing the space. And that's not only, again, like towards your project. We see a lot of the projects because it's a challenging moment where you're learning so much on the software side. You have very condensed timelines that you're working with, and like sometimes like you lose sight of things that might be like very obvious, but they might be also complex to achieve, right? So think about it, see how you could maybe incorporate it in the next chapter, or we could even revisit or see any kind of opportunity to develop something like this towards the end of the program. Thank you, really great work.
Yeah, guys, congratulations. Like, it's a super unique project, and you managed to do it justice. Still, the visuals maybe on the outside can have some further exploration, but you still have, I mean, time to like redevelop the public spaces.
Yeah, just in general, visualizing green is very difficult. So that's why we understand, but yeah, you have to focus a little bit more on your visual representation, because the project is really great, but the colors and textures not there yet, but they will be. Just keep on going.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would have almost like made the same treatment. Like when you see it like this, when it's almost like this kind of volume, this like the surface in between these guys that is kind of holding the bridge of the structure. I would have kind of continued that treatment in here, like instead of like kind of cutting it smooth somehow, I would have kind of actually embraced this logic that you have both in the buildings and in the bridge itself somehow. This kind of bubbly thing in between, and just carve out these patterns, and I think that would have been enough. But as you kind of show here, you have a lot of different typologies, and in let's say in colors, and they do feel like different typologies within one kind of morphology. but I think somehow when you show them in 3D, they feel too much the same somehow. So it would be interesting if you could find different treatments or different textures or different interpretations a little bit for these typologies, so that you kind of avoid in 3D this kind of sameness that you get, because I think your typologies are quite rich, and it would be kind of interesting to understand each of them, what kind of unique advantage they have, you know, because I think this actually in terms of agglomeration of these elements, it's quite successful, but it's almost, they almost feel like these kind of proteins chains that kind of all do these kind of different operations. But it would be amazing if you could explain a little bit, okay, CC, what is the unique advantage of that, and EE, and that has a different thing. So because that would kind of give the richness, and then if you would program them quite clearly, then you know, that would totally, you know, just explain everything, and there would be no more questions. And then if you just yeah, represent them also in 3D differently, like you felt with the colors in the diagrammatic views, that would just help you in the next stage.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I really appreciate that your kind of program sketch from when we I remember from like 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago when we were talking, it's still there, and you kind of really stuck to your guns somehow in what you wanted to do, but you did it, and you progressed quite a lot in this time.
Thank you.
One thought just to consider, I feel that sometimes the color could go against the aggregation. So when evaluating it and controlling density and scale and the relationship at, let's say, the relationship between the parts, I think it would be good to consider just rendering it simply, because if just by not using color alone, just by showing it in a simple matte rendering, then you'd have a better sense of the transition and the way in which geometry flows from one stage to another, and how the aggregation can work, and yeah, to try and express spaces with different qualities. But it's I know that you've followed the rules and the steps. It's on the fine tuning of the overall algorithm. I would say it's where a bit more work would be needed. But it's an interesting result, and I can see where this is going, and I also commend you for trying to relate to the site and the island and the shoreline in driving the geometry.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would say the same. I mean, I wonder if there's a way in which, since you're locating this project in a real environment, I wonder if there's a way that you can set your rule as to everything that is more conventional is represented in a certain way. And by that, what I mean is, like, the most conventional piece of what you're designing is probably this platform that has all this green and these paths, right? Mm-hmm. So if you work on abstracting that a little bit more from a graphic standpoint, like Andre was just saying, maybe just lines, maybe it's just black and white, it might really help put accent on what is the part that you're actually automatizing in your design, and which really should be the focus, right? Mm-hmm. So maybe cleaning up reality and like simplifying reality in a way that it just becomes about this amazing forms that you're creating that are not reality. Mm-hmm. So they kind of like create your code for showing one thing versus the other next to each other. without making them compete. My missed opportunity is really in the representation. I feel like it's like that image on the right, and it feels like a golf court. I can see all the holes, you know, where they are located, and I just like I can fathom that you guys are creating a new reality, and it looks like a golf court. So move away from that. That's really my my only point. But I think it's a very interesting way of thinking, and the iterations are all nice. I really love the initial study, the inflatables and the pressure, how you could work with that. So maybe you need to take this phase a little further.
Yes, I agree. I think, like all of you have pointed out, our focus was largely on the amalgamation, and it left our representation fairly underdeveloped. So this is a place we can improve.
Sure.
Thank you.
Good job, Noam.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks all for the comments.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys, for the presentation.
Thank you.
Let's go with team 9. Walter.
Oh, here we go again. Hi, welcome. Amalgamation to me means Osiris's Acacia Botanical Academy. And basically, that's the evolution of the idea of talking to autotrophs. So we have this little image of Groot here holding up the earth, and basically Groot has become my de facto advisor. And he's helping me start to understand that if I look at plants all the time and I start wearing them around and I start making a family of clothing with them, that maybe I'm going to start learning a lot more from the plants. Maybe they're edible, maybe they make me sleep better, maybe they keep me warm, maybe I spread seeds around. So that was where we started with the autotroph couture. Then we moved into, we're wandering around with all these plants, and let's go and build a ark that we can go to any place on the planet, set the ark up, start creating walls and surfaces and interiors, and make self-sustainable units for the family of up to 6 that can inhabit these. And they have greenhouses and nutrition areas and resting areas. And then, like, we've made some of these, and we start deploying these around the earth. So here we're deploying it in the Willingyan scenic area in China. And you're stationed there and you're collecting plants and learning plant technology. So now we're deploying these arcs, and we're like, okay, what else can we do with these arcs? And we start looking at the way that flowers aggregate. We look at the way maybe a banyan tree aggregates, how leaves come off of stems. And we start thinking, maybe this is the good idea for how aggregation could work. And thinking about the aggregation, we're thinking of the arc as this series of leaves to start with, and all of the other things that start aggregating themselves into the tree that's not really part of the tree system. So there's like the hives, the nests, the butterflies and the epiphytes. And then, we thought, we need a place. We're not going to be able to build these all up in the air. Maybe we'll make a place where they can start assembling these on the ground before they put them up into the air. And maybe there's some ideas of way that all of this generates water. So we start with a computational strategy of organizing an academy's discipline clusters. And lots of diagrams of the interconnecting. This is the summary. We then start aggregating using a diffusion limited aggregation, the tree trunks inside of there. We switch that to a field aggregation, so we have something that our stochastic aggregation can follow. And we end up with a diagram that has areas for building, areas as community centers, and this ongoing growth of the different campus communities. So then we start looking at a site plan, and this is a close-up, and the next shot, unfortunately, will be, I'm in Cairo, next to the pyramids in this connector swath of land. There's arc assembly step wells, there's clusters for education, and there's an assembly plaza for congregating down at the base of the step wells. Here we can see the Nile River up top, we see our site, and we see the pyramids. So all of these arcs are kind of the size of like half of a pyramid. And this is what it might look like. Here the pyramids are in the foreground. We see all of the arcs starting to be fabricated. We start making the structure up in the air. We start making centers, and the different disciplines of the academy start to come to life. You know, we get a little bit closer, and I purposely chose to represent this so that it wasn't fully populated, so that you could see each of these pieces slowly going in and creating more shade and really growing their areas. Then we kind of tip down and we take a look into the stepwell area where the fabrication is done for cooling.
Water, like
I'm almost there.
Okay.
Quick, big celebrations when the arcs are completed. Here they are dancing in the center of the square. Another image of what it's like doing the assembly over here on the right is kind of the basic structure for the arcs. And then finally, we're up and, you know, we're at one of the community situations and we're looking at all of the arcs and we're looking out over the view of the pyramids. Thank you. That's what I have for now.
Thank you, Walter.
Thank you, Walter.
Thank you.
You're growing a lot, like your plants. You're learning a lot, and I'm very happy to see this. It's a very cohesive presentation. You're starting to have, you know, like a cohesive way that you're showing the work, and also you're representing it. There are opportunities, obviously, like to, you know, like think about this aggregation maybe in a megaform structure, meaning, you know, like something that it's actually closer to maybe the tree structure. Also, it might benefit you in a construction, on the construction side, right? Like on how you're actually aggregating, how are you actually having these loads, you know, like distribute within the system. But I think it's, you know, it's an interesting story. I love that you're also thinking about the site, you're thinking about, you know, like every aspect of the project. So thank you for the hard work, Walter.
Thank you.
Interesting to see, Walter. I find actually quite interesting your this drawing that you have. That is black and white. I think from Rhino that it looks like a facade, and it kind of shows the potential of kind of this. To me, it almost feels like these are ships that are building a scaffolding to build other ships, and there's like this big factory that is happening here, and I think that is very consistent with your story. I think what the next level would be for you to kind of to differentiate a little bit more the different zones. I mean, now you have the stepwell area, but I think the most promising is still in this kind of section that you have there. And it would be really great if you could create, like through aggregation, like different spatial typologies within this kind of 3D structure, because I think there is some potential there.
Yeah, I also want to add, like, I think some of the earlier formal study and also some of those algorithm exploration you have done they're actually quite interesting. And I think without any texture layering on top, it actually has a very different read. And maybe like for you, I think, some of the previous team, we suggest them to have more texture and considering them later on. And I think like for you as well, maybe like stay out of the like greenhouse for a moment from time to time and just like be very abstract and look at what you have done. I think some of the qualities are pretty like amazing. And also when you actually zoom in, so I think some of the details can be done like in a more enriched way, not only through texture or have this kind of subdivision on geometry, but by how elements actually are coming together and connect to each other. But yeah, so far, I think like all the city studies and like landscape and all the site narratives are like very unique and interesting for this project. And at some point, it probably can come together with your, like, if you pick up a site maybe in the desert or whatever, actually how the plants and how the vegetation will be in there. So some of them can, I think, play really well into your story.
Thank you.
One of the thoughts that I had that I might be seen as a consistent theme throughout some of the projects is that it really would help to have more of a goal setting point. And I mean, I talked about this earlier, but it's kind of like maybe bringing in a goal for a project like yours, Walter, might actually help you define areas within this structure that do different things, right? It's like, what is this project doing here? What is it doing there? And I'm thinking about things like hydroponics, for instance, right? If this project was actually producing something, and then all of a sudden you're adding a layer of, okay, how do I make whatever? How do I cultivate these green items that I'm placing in a vertical environment? How do I transport them up and down and left and right? And it's like it's a real technology now that is around. There are vertical farms all over the place. Well, not all over the place, but there's some in China. There's some in the U.S. as well. There's a lot of literature about this, and like I put together a project 10 years ago about it, so I remember reading a lot of it. But maybe it can help you start zonifying your project a little bit more and saying, okay, this is what this does, and this is what this other thing does, and that's what I'm doing here, and that's what I'm doing there. And so you're starting to put some function into it. That might help.
Thank you. It sounds a lot like what Dimitri was kind of very similar. Like start dividing exactly each zone is, and then kind of the character of these pieces would kind of evolve based on that. I like that idea. Thank you.
Yeah, there's actually a lot of there's actually something called there's a kind of urbanism for plants, because plants need sometimes when you like take a piece of land and you want to plant different things, there's a lot of rules around like which plants go which the next ones, and then you create this kind of ecosystems. And there's a lot of like I remember talking to somebody who actually designed let's say almost like biosystems, and they were talking about about the different feelings that they wanted to create, the different experiences they wanted to create by and the different ways of life that creating these different ecosystems have.
Yeah, that's great.
Okay, thanks everybody for comments. Hope Walter, everything is clear on your side.
Yep, thank you so much. Good seeing you today.
Just one more thing, Walter.
Yeah.
Look at the Eden project from Grimshaw.
From who?
Take a look at that project.
What's
Grimshaw?
Oh, Grimshaw.
Yeah.
Grimshaw Architect. I think it could give you a few ideas.
But this is, yeah, a good pointer, Georgina and Dimitri also. Like, definitely, like, that's something that, like, everyone should be thinking about, right? Like, the experiential part of the project, that's going to be informing you a lot about even what you're actually showing, how are you conveying the story, and also goal setting. Right, like if you're trying to again like achieve a certain goal, that's going to again like lead your design. And Dimitri was saying again like you have so many rules that are going to define then your design by even understanding what you could do with the plans, right? So it's getting very rich, like everything that you could do with this project, which is amazing.
Excellent. I just looked up the Grimshaw project too. Yeah, nice project. Love polycarbonate shells.
Thanks, Walter. Let's move on to the next
Thank
team. Eva?
Hello.
Team 7. Hello.
Okay.
I still can't see you.
You still can't see me? Okay.
But, okay, just let's start.
Okay, I hope my
yeah.
screen is visible to you. Is it?
Yes, screen is visible, yes. But can you try to share only Miro? Okay, yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Eva, and I would like to present the topic interactive and immersive memories. Memories are crucial for humans and have helped us to shape our environment. In this project, we not only extrapolate memories as data from human brain, but also use it as data for an immersive environment. The study uses the neuroscientific ways and available technology to propose a different way of perceiving the world. Our processes is named RAM, which stands for
Could you please slow down a little bit so we can comprehend what you're telling us?
Okay. So do I start again or how do I do?
No, just keep going, but a little bit slower.
Okay. I'll just start from here. So our processes is named RAM, which stands for rendering all memories. The cyborg is designed on the central nervous system of the body. The human body is layered with the tubes that collect the memories and assisted by brain and spine to process this data. The process allows assimilating communication that leads to an interactive variation of what we call realities. Just like the processes, the corpuscle is named as bionic immersive machine. And like the corpuscle, it is constructed around the idea of the data collection and juxtaposition of the memories. We allow the corpuscle in a way to be conscious and use the consciousness to juxtapose its own memories. Some visuals that were developed from this project were the Amalgamation project is called DNA, Data Network Aggregation, which aims to collect the data from the neighborhood corpuscles. The skyline of the city Tokyo dominates the immersive nature of the project. The urban complexity of the site in Shinjuku incorporates the hyperconnectivity and urban densification. With such references, we add the sci-fi fictional catalog to the city. The concept of data collection in the 23 wards of Tokyo will initiate its own world of hotspot of memories. We place our DNA towers across the city which acts as an anchor point of the aggregation. The data collected from each DNA tower can be shared and communicated with each other to have their own unbuilt realities. These towers act as a relay device with coverage of DNA hotspots across the city, which allows a communication with neighboring wards, which expands with the collected data over the network. The view of the city with these DNA networks would be like this, and the growth is incorporated in this process. Okay. The aggregation consists of the kit of parts which acts as a catalog for the aggregation, breaking the corpuscles into different kits and using its part for amalgamation. Using sets of rules of aggregation is achieved in 3 layers, placing the DNA towers, achieving residential aggregation around the towers, and placing the memory plaza for the experimenting of the built and unbuilt memories. After placing the DNA towers as an anchor point, residential aggregation takes place in different levels. Residential towers are the hybrid of low, mid, and high-rise levels of buildings that connects with each other via bridges, tunnels, and walkways around. Some close-ups of the views. So these are connected via these connections of the walkways, bridges, adding the sci-fi complexity to the project. Second aggregation. Okay. Second aggregation takes place around the DNA towers with the secondary parts of the catalog. These clusters grow around the residential aggregation using the design catalogs that supports and immersive experiences, such as the billboards, the vending machines, the arcade gaming zones, which also extend as public spaces in the next aggregation of the memory plaza. Some close-up of these developments. Memory plaza is the shared community between 2 neighborhoods, which allow the data exchange in the unbuilt and the built environment. Memory plaza has different units coming together in the public spaces. Each unit is made up of different corpuscles connected with vertical connections, walkways, and podiums to allow to exhibit unbuilt reality architecture. The process of the development goes like this: development around the DNA towers, adding data collection centers between the 2 neighborhood development, and adding the parts for the virtual unbuilt reality, while also adding the spaces for the unbuilt reality or that can be experiences in an immersive environment. So some close-up views of these plaza, sharing these. Moving further with these aggregation rules and ideas, we imagine a detailed digital immersive neighborhood where the collected data acts as the pigment of memories. Thank you, and I'm open for comments now.
Thank you. Thank you. Just stay on this image.
Thank you.
Yes. You don't need to move. Just stay on this image and let the comments. Yeah. Okay. Just stay there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Some crazy amount of work here, huh?
Yeah, that's why I was rushing now, you know.
No, really amazing. It's a very rich project. You know, like definitely showing how much you love it and how much you have invested in it. My only comment would be like to take it to the next step, right? Like showing these experiences again, like maybe some of the public spaces inside, like just understanding a little bit more from this like part of the story. I think it's going to be very powerful because we see the kits of parts. You're explaining the whole process very well. It's a very powerful story, but I just think that we're missing, you know, like this link with also the experiential and especially the public spaces, right? Like what exactly happens there, or maybe like some of these images are again like helpful for us to understand some of this.
Mm-hmm. Maybe I can just keep walking through the board while you talk,
yes.
or someone. Yeah.
Yeah, or just leave it for a little bit in certain areas, like so we can actually like see some of the work.
Okay.
But because it is quite actually detailed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would like to say great job. And for you, it's you're one of the very few people who managed to actually create this being inside experience, in my opinion. So even the previous image was so powerful, like I'm standing on something, looking through the window towards the city of, I don't know what, future Tokyo or what. So really, really nice.
Thank you.
I just want to jump in very quickly to say really congratulations. I think that the completeness of this project is really great. I think from the start you had a really good approach, but it was great working with you, you know, through how to like develop more and keep adding more layers to it. It's really nice to like also see the, you know, all the details that you're bringing to all the parts, because it allows to like really, you know, envision what it would be to be in one of these spaces. There's so much richness at the level of the unit, but also at the level of like the different circulations, which is something that we haven't seen as much. So really great work.
Thank you, and the experience was likewise for sure.
Yeah, I think that we're seeing more and more of exactly like what I was saying in the beginning, right? Because you didn't have the time while you were explaining the presentation to go through all these images. I think that like it's insane.
Yeah.
I think what is interesting about your project is that it has this thing a little bit something between Blade Runner and Alien somehow.
Yeah. That's why I place my references up there.
But one thing that I feel, you know, if there's one thing that you could add to this crazy amount of stuff that you have here, is actually this unbuilt architecture. I think is one of the very strong points of your discussion. And I think it's maybe the one that is the least developed somehow, like this kind of virtual spaces, like where the virtual comes together with the real, is one of the real strengths that your project could bring, you know, to these environments. Because I think you're creating a huge variety of spaces within your mega structure. But it would be, I think, yeah, right now there are just these kind of simple cylinders and a little bit of textures. But I think if you would develop these to the level that you have developed these I don't know what to call these kind of pieces, these elements that form your amalgamation. I think it would take your project to the next level of experience right now, because now it is kind of a bit this kind of super dense city, but
yeah.
Right now it's just like a city where you're kind of endlessly traveling through a maze, right? In some way, but these kind of virtual experiences of unbuilt stuff, which is kind of where the digital meets the real, is where your project could go to the next level and become, you know, truly visionary. You know.
Sure. Yeah, definitely.
Because right now I think we've seen stuff like this before, but I think the real vision is where you bring these things together, and I think that's part of the future we're gonna experience, hopefully sooner than later.
Sure. Thank you for your comments.
One thing I would comment, so I'd say it's quite impressive, the volume of work, and I wouldn't really comment about the work itself, but I would say just your attitude, because you're kind of a juggernaut that takes decisions very quickly. And what's clear is my sense of it is that you're testing, you're deciding, does it work, does it not work, one step ahead. New test, new assumption, one step ahead. And that over time allows you to explore a bunch of assumptions, and that can be seen through the richness of the model. And besides the rendering and the presentation aspect and just playing with the geometry, for sure the time management aspect of it is something which is it's hard not to consider just on the volume of work that you're showing. So, which is, I would say, a comment for everyone, because on one hand there is the project and what it needs to express, but also the strategic thinking on how you're going to allocate time to express your thoughts, the concept, and how you're going to partition that over 2 or 3 weeks.
Thank you.
It is really impressive, Eva.
Thank you.
Good job. Great.
Thanks, John.
Thank you. So let's move on to team 10 from group
Sure.
B. Yeah, thank you. Wow, we have Manoj and Pradeep.
Okay. Can you hear
Hello,
me?
everyone.
Yes. You can go.
Yes. Hello, everyone. We are Team Morphogenic Neutrons. This is Pradeep with my teammate Manoj. Our exploration started with ideas such as modularity and commensalism between humans and machines, which on further analysis, we understood them to be a potential unified system. Hence, we propose a nootropic living with transformative spaces aggregated with modular units that can self-assemble and are adaptive to human needs. The inspiration widens the potential of unit aggregation. We take reference from 2 research projects, Hypercell and M-Blocks, which we inference for the technical working of our unit. We name our modular microbot as AFA, Artificial Fire Ants. The movement of our AFA units are by electromagnetism, and for optimal usage of AFAs, we use shortest path and topological optimization algorithm in each aggregation. We started with our AFA aggregation with replacement of human prostheses. On our progression, needed the rail suit with neurotransmitter for faster movement of AFAs along our body and to transmit and to communicate between the human cognitive sense and the AFAs. Further, we continued with the increase in the number of units that one can handle from thousands to millions, thus resulting in potential replacement of single-use machineries up to exoskeleton. The possibilities of AFAs forming living unit is explored in Libya, considering its need for quick revamp and infrastructure and abundance availability of resource for production of the AFA units. Our corpuscle was designed for co-living, having 4 distinct typologies of AFA units, considering the different components that makes up a living unit, with a central transportation core powered by AFA platforms.
Our amalgamation references and on initial explorations were with the ideation of the tower clusters with central openings and recreational spaces, thus always ensuring a better quality of life. To facilitate our nootropic living, the corpuscle units are supplemented with additional energy and functional space in each tower, such as labs for recreation, AFAs for storage and to the labs, and sleeping pods, VPG units for power generation units, and starter units which unique form. The connectivity on either axis representing in blue and red, facilitating the formwork for the amalgamation. The connection catalog can be understood as 4 major rule sets as follows. First, the starter units forming the connection vertically, making the towers tapered, ensuring the stability along its height, and horizontal connections and creating the central open space. The second set of rules are the connections between the corpuscles and the starter units, which are facilitated by 4 connection phases. The 3 sets of connections are between the corpuscles and the other units, such as resting quarters, labs, and VPG units. The connections of the corpuscles and the VPG units will be more permanent on the exterior of the tower. The final set of the connections are between the public experimental lab and the AFA unit storage units in the 4 possible configurations along the side of the lab unit. The deployment starts with VPG units, the vending and power generation unit being strategically placed inside, which vents the AFA spreading along the ground, creating a platform to facilitate the aggregation for the starter units, the position and the orientation of which governs the shape and the height of the tower. The circular courtyards are created by the sideways connections of the starter units that become the formwork and acts as a structural base for the further aggregation of the tower. The aggregation of the starter units further continue in height and stops as its formwork thresholds to open up to the corpuscles to join for the further formation of the tower. The additional VPG units are aggregated onto the exterior to facilitate the activities inside the cluster and satisfy the energy requirements. As the towers are now habitable, the nootropic human starts aggregating additional units as to the needs of the users. The initial units that were spread on the ground as the platform now become the landscape area and part of the urban furniture, thus creating the public space at the ground level. We welcome to our new culture of nootropic humans. So going by the quote, architecture is about public space held by the buildings, can be understood from the top view of our amalgamation, with each tower having their own central open area and recreational areas, also providing opportunities for new development. The view of the public space with the landscape areas in the base, recreational and lab, along with the courtyard space, represents the quality of life of the inhabitants. The experiential render from the eyes of the nootropic human with reconfigurable adaptive space are represented in 2 configurations to demonstrate the modularity and adaptive nature of our amalgamation. We trust you enjoy your visit to our nootropic living and hope to see you all again. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim Tan.
Thank you.
Great presentation.
Beautiful. Yeah, beautiful presentation. Such clear logic. I love also how you guys are really taking it up a notch on the way that you're actually presenting the cohesiveness of the whole story. It's really amazing work. Everything is very, very consistent. Really strong work, you guys. What I would say is the only thing is like the visuals themselves, right? Like the renders, and we've talked about that. And I'm saying this because I know that you guys can really take it to the next level and just have like this super beautiful like visuals that draw you in, right? It's just one thing like to add in order for us also to experience this space and understand it even better and appreciate it even better, right? And you can see it even from other, you know, the previous presentations. Like you have stories that they might not have been maybe as even well explained as yours, but then when the visual is drawing you in, it's very powerful. So that's why I keep saying this, because I really believe that it's just the thing that it's missing here. But the presentation is really amazing, and I understand the complexity you're working with, and I'm really amazed on where you're really taking it. Congrats.
Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe one of the projects that is like really computational, like logically structured, and you can see that like you have see the logic, you can see the way it's building, and you can always go back and fix stuff. And I really congratulate you on the workflows and on the way you build the whole system. I mean, this is very systematic.
Thank you.
Yeah, I can add here that I really liked your style from last chapter in the presentation, and I think you lost that in a way with these visuals. I don't know what exactly happened, but yeah, I think you should reconsider.
Yeah, it's the first time that we actually were using like 10 gigas of geometry for rendering, and it was a hard task in itself getting the renders
get used to it, because I think in the chapter 5
Yeah.
you're gonna get
Yeah. Yeah,
even
we're
more crazy.
getting in a bigger scale, and things get much more complex and complicated. So that's why I think many teams got a little bit confused also with the time management. So remember that for the coming weeks, time management is very important for everyone, because many of you couldn't actually finish your work only because of that and not because of your skills, which is a pity. So yeah, good luck.
And also being smart, right? Like how you render, like having different passes, having like Photoshop being your best friend, right? Like you can Photoshop so many of these things and really add, the quality that you're looking for, only from, really being really good at that skill. But yeah, it's going to get to a point that you actually need more time to prepare the presentations, right? So design needs to stop in a thoughtful timeline, so you can allow for this time for post-production and also for unexpected surprises, as always.
Any other comments?
Maybe from me, what I would say is that, when you're building public spaces, and especially when you're doing it in such a vast area, you need to consider what is the role of your public space, because right now you're creating a huge space in a huge kind of empty area. So, and then it's not really, let's say, that protected or something. And then there's these books about, I'll write a little bit in the comments about like the proportion of public space and like where you want to be able to recognize other people. There's some distances where the public space becomes a bit too big, and then in your plan there's a lot of spaces that are kind of the same size. So you need to kind of consider that you need to kind of create a bit like the small public spaces should be much smaller, and maybe you have one public space which is the size of your biggest, your smallest public space, just in order for it to work as a public space. And right now, also, I feel somehow that you should have, it could have been a bit more interesting if you brought a bit more of the logic of your parts somehow. Your parts are very rich, while the structures that you create are very rigid somehow. There's this kind of duality between very like a very rigid way of assembling, extremely let's say organic or like kind of varied kit of parts somehow. And I think maybe a variation between, let's say, some very structured elements that create an overall shape, and then some more things that are more in line with your parts would have maybe been beneficial in this project. And then maybe picking if you want to create this really large open spaces, then maybe you want to create them in a space that is missing these large open spaces. Or if they're large open spaces, then you want to create these like very sheltered, a bit more intimate feeling spaces. So it's about this kind of proportions of like of public space, if you actually want to work with public space and what it means and where you put it, right? But yeah, I'm sure you guys will have time by the end to explore this. And I think especially when we're going to get to the VR part, when you're going to consider what is the actual human space and the human experience, these things are going to become quite obvious.
Yeah, I would also like to add in on this point of openness and closure. for this project, because I really appreciate all the analysis, and I think like all the layers of information and how they are actually different from each other, and then how they come together are like very interesting. But you know, we talk about public space. There's also different type of public space. Some are parks, some are like large scale installation, but some are like, for instance, like maybe a facility related space, so it actually has a more private feeling in certain corners. And here I feel like there's this really nice continuous experience of you traveling around this large public space, but then there could be also a moment I think you can like make a pause and actually look closer, so you can rate it. Yeah, so like this let's call it architecture, seems you can access it from almost all the directions on all the levels, but I feel like maybe start closing some of the area and just kind of navigate the circulation with a better intention would also be nice.
Well, I think that the best part about this presentations is that there, you know, all these comments are actually useful, right? Like when you're at the point that you finish the project for a school year, right? And you get comments like that, well, you know, what am I going to do now? But now there is an opportunity again built into the program itself, right? Like to have these conversations, to be thinking about these things, like in the next chapters and for the previous chapters, to be evaluating, to be growing, to have this space to actually implement a lot of these comments, because I think that we're getting really like, you know, amazing comments from everyone, and they're very, very useful.
Yeah. Keep the feedback. Work on that.
Yeah.
Thank you guys. Awesome.
Thank you so much.
Thank you guys. Yeah. Thank you so much. And we're gonna head up to group A.
Thank you. Yes, let's go to team A6. Eline.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Hello. Team
Can
10,
I
can you
share?
stop sharing? Yes.
All right.
Okay, go.
Hello, welcome to the continuation of the project The Melted Epidermis. As John Dewey said in his Art of Expression, the epidermis is only the most superficial way of an indication where an organism ends and where its environment begins. There are things inside the body that are foreign to it, and there are things outside the body that belong to it. By establishing reciprocal conditions between human architectural and digital skins, the project remaps the boundary between bodily interiority and exteriority, between self-building and the broader built environment. The prosthesis aids as a rejuvenation method, giving the user optimized health conditions and quality rest. The hormonal capsules from last chapter are created on demand of need of the user and gets activated and grown when the prosthesis is in contact with the capsule's membrane. The expressive shell around it reacts and reflects the inhibitant and gives structural support for the capsules. Going into the aggregation of these units inside the city environment, the initial itch was to visualize the growth and demand of capsules, making the structure have a never-ending change of form and growth. The initial prototypes conclude horizontal and vertical growth on population demands. This led to rethinking the previous cell, the structure support that does not demand the form of a shell, but as an expressive membrane that feeds the creation of capsules and slowly lets the capsules go back to the surface, letting inhabitants exit the encapsulation. This resulted in a variation of iterations. This idea required a set boundary based on the given surface of the city. The area as dedicated structure is determined by color mapping of open areas within the city. First, the growth of the bubbles, the capsules, is done by population within the predetermined boundary. The bubbles get progressively lifted, simulating the duration of the encapsulation. The merging of bubbles is what holds the structure together. The patterns of the population points and the noise pattern of the boundary area give the variety of the structure. Thinking of weather conditions, I took wind in consideration by growing the structure vertically. Secondly, the aggregation would get supported by a surrounding structure that forms horizontally and vertically on size of growth, which is capped at 7,000 encapsulations and a dedicated time frame for hormonal rest. Each part of the wasp aggregation can hold a maximum of 10 bubbles descending, which results to a maximum of 700 aggregation parts. The structure is needed to grow in multiple directions, staying close to the aggregation yet holding ground when growing. The chosen shapes are a hexagon, creating limited possibilities to grow in multiple directions, and different sized bridging elements that line the network of the aggregation. The tower is represented as a cylindrical element, letting the aggregation melt down at the right timing and height. Oh, it doesn't want to click. Secondly, continuing shaping the structure, the crucial element of the concept is the melting of the aggregation to the ground. This is done by the gravity simulation. The bubbles onto the surface of the melted aggregation are formed by population with attraction points and a noise element giving the clustering of bubbles. Lastly, the bubbles reaching the ground is visualized by a visual field network on the ground, visualizing time for the encapsulation to decay. The environment and public spaces are formed by melting the aggregation, forming plaza where people get encapsulated and exit capsulation. The ever-changing shape of the aggregation reforms public spaces naturally, forming the plaza on which the aggregation is set into a communal area where people come to rest. The amalgamation is an introduction to a new way of living. The use of the rejuvenation capsules solves the need of sleeping areas. The decline of the need of dedicated sleeping areas makes the space for nomad living. This leads to a rippling effect on how architectural space and products are used and have ownership. This concludes my work. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Eline. Thank you for also giving it your best to represent your chapter the best way possible. It has given also some results that are much better than before.
I think it's a stunning project actually, and I'm very surprised pleasantly to see this come to life within actually a week, right? So that's amazing. Like really, like you're mastering your skills, like you're gaining a lot of confidence. I think it's more, you know, like in retrospective, it's thinking about exactly like how to take decisions faster, right? And really trusting yourself a little bit in order to go through the process and not blocking yourself. Because if you are able to pull all this presentation within, right, in the storytelling and the richness of it, like within 1 week, you can imagine, like if you were to trust yourself a little bit more, I think that you would be really, you know, like being absolutely, you know, hitting the best possible outcome. Like I think that you're doing amazing, Eline. Just keep growing, keep learning. I just want to ask you, did you use Houdini for this project?
Yes, I used the bubble aggregation for simulating like the growth going upwards.
Yeah, so that's great because you're already starting to learn things that are coming your way very soon. So well done.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, I also want to congratulate on the work, and it's actually turning out quite well, in my opinion. It's super unique. I mean, like most of the projects are super unique, but then like this one is especially. It's working on with different types of geometries, and I think it's turned out super nice.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Okay. Thank you, Aline.
All right, thank you. Have a nice evening.
Thank you.
Team A7, Kyle and Ahmed.
All right, can you hear me and see the screen okay?
Yes.
Great. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Kyle Root, and I'm joined by Ahmed Al-Nasri. And today we are presenting the emotional caricature. According to recent surveys, Americans spend between 5 and 6 hours per day on their smartphones. And more than half of American children own a smartphone by the age of 11. This ever-increasing saturation of social media and physical disconnect has already and will continue to shape the world that we live in. The story of the emotional caricature explores a world where humans have reached the pinnacle of emotional disconnect and lack any ability to sense emotion. The story goes that a prosthetic is introduced in the market, which focuses and transfers light to stimulate the vision system and reinvigorate our sense of emotion. And as humans develop this new capacity to experience emotion, in turn, new spaces emerge. The corpuscle starts from the ground level with the habitat. The habitat serves a small group of users who share an overall space divided into several units for both living and exploration of their environment. And the privation pod, which floats above the habitat and creates a personal space for experiencing the city through these curated emotional lenses.
Coming to amalgamation, we start exploring aggregation possibilities and how we can use as living and exploration spaces for the habitats and pods. We were inspired by the shape of broken reinforced concrete block and how it's holding itself through additional parts, and this helped us to reach the main logic. To achieve this concept, we tried to find the directions of each unit as pod and habitat, and how it could be created itself separately. Adding additional parts for proper connection through the units, then we applied in procedurally for more specific locations as starting point for the aggregation. Then we reach to specific rules to follow through aggregating the elements in a proper way that serve our functions. Coming to elements diagram, the additional elements we are using beside the pod and habitats are decks, bridges, columns, stairs, and slabs. As shown here, we define the possibilities of connecting points of each element with its neighbor element. Pod can connect to the other pods through its connectors and one cable, while the habitat can connect directly to the other habitats through bridges and decks and one cable. Columns for the slabs and habitats, stairs for generating height through spaces, and finally slabs for stairs, decks, and columns.
When the first users adopt this new way of living, care is taken to place their habitat and pod in the open areas of a dense urban environment. The construction of these initial homes begins as purely independent. The first placement of cable-supported pods in turn restricts the airspace around it, ensuring that future development never encroaches. Additional corpuscles expand from the first homes on the ground level, and the pods above following the strict guidelines of part placement. And as more buoyant pods connect, additional cables are required to support the uplift force of the pods. The expansion of habitats within the city continues to respect the existing built environment while seeking open space both horizontally and vertically. And when aggregation reaches a critical mass, a strong connection between the initial clusters is formed. Coming to our final form, the deployment respects the initial growth constraints by expanding upward and around the restricted airspace and within the existing built environment. The numerous exclusion zones present in the development of the city result in a high density of slab elements, providing the perfect opportunity for shared public spaces amongst the habitats. An interconnected series of circulation surrounds the base of the pod support cables, where users can be seen enjoying pocket parks, outdoor meeting spaces, and even awaiting their drone for a ride up to the privation pods above. And as users visit the interconnected pods above, they are treated to stunning views of the new community below.
Open space labs with spaces for living create an emotional atmosphere for the prosthesis as community. With the help of us, they can explore themselves further through the emotional lenses. Standing in the dentist, lowest layer of the amalgamation, we can feel the interconnectivity of the circulation elements, with ample vegetation providing a sense of tranquility and comfort in the near future society. As we zoom out, we see how the aggregation can frame itself with the surrounding building, while also creating multiple voices and attractors for public spaces. The emotional caricature will continue as we begin to answer the question: how can a movement network infiltrate such a dense, separated collection of spaces, while also prioritizing time and space for human connection? Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you. Great work.
Thank you,
guys. Such an incredible project on so many different levels. Again, like following, like the logic from chapter 1 until here, explaining the aggregation rules. Even you're again one of the teams that really we're seeing such development on the visual style, the graphic style. You're really growing, guys, and really learning, and you're taking in a lot of feedback. And that's amazing to see. So really well done. It's a very exciting space. So I'm really looking forward to seeing what you bring to the table even in the next chapters.
Thank you, Paulina. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
I thought it was quite, the story was quite coherent, and even looking at this image where you're basically using, I would say, 2 colors instead of 3, it shows that you have control over the distribution and over the, I'd say, composition. And in that sense, it's marrying the 2 aspects, which is what do you want to achieve and how do you express that through the tools that you have. And I think that it shows that you've worked on one hand on the concept and how you want to address the site, but also on how do you control the software which is at your disposal in order to deliver on the image.
Great. Thanks, Andre. Appreciate it. Appreciate your help on everything.
Yeah, I want to also congratulate you on your work. I think you guys have like really put work on the public space. I think we just see like I really like think of and thought of like a public space, and that really shows. And also in terms of the aggregation, I think you guys did a very, very good job with it.
Thank you, Tung.
Thank you.
Some other comments, maybe?
Just 2 words. Loved the project. Great job, guys. And I need to sign off. Thank you for inviting me. I loved everybody's work. Keep it up. Looking forward to see the next iteration of this.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Georgina.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's move on then to team A8, and that will be the last team presenting today. So if you can wait another 10 minutes, then we'll be finishing anyways for people who want to leave.
Don't leave. This is a super exciting project. Like really.
Yes. Okay, use Sam.
One second. Miro just disappeared. So now.
Miro has these tendencies.
Okay. Hello, we are Assam and Joost, and this is our LS21.25-AP amalgamation design. The world in 100 years has seen a lot of change, and human life as we currently know it doesn't happen that way anymore.
I'm sorry, use. I don't
Yeah.
see. Okay, now it is. Okay, good.
Is it working now?
Continue.
Okay.
Yeah.
With the constant need for economic growth, the pressure on the markets grew too much, and Earth's resources were eventually depleted. Just as suggested in the 1972 study Limits to Growth by the Club of Rome, the global economy collapsed. Additionally, pollution levels raised to a hazardous level, and in combination with the vast effects of climate change, a mass extinction event happened. Here. Only some survived who got together as a group and began researching methods to thrive in a hostile environment. Through scientific breakthroughs in the field of material science, they were able to design prostheses and living units to protect themselves and overcome various struggles.
Okay, so emerging from the protective of the Moscow underground network, the group planned to build a large-scale living structure. Moscow's urban fabric meets the requirements, since the large open spaces in between the historic Soviet slabs constructions that allows for enough spaces, while the buildings work as a barrier against cold winds and remaining streets as a path to travel effectively. Refining and adapting the singular living units, now 3 typologies were introduced to house the various functions like living spaces, industrial spaces, to meet their demands in food and goods, as well as laboratories for further scientific work. Natural light can enter the unit through large skylight, which also act as circulation and connection elements. Vertical connection with slight rotation allows for an effective staking of the unit, while also creating horizontal density. Using points of interest in the landscape, we generated a field which was later on surrounded by a voxel mesh and adjusted to meet various conditions derived from environmental analysis. The mesh was then used as bounding volume for the aggregation, and also the units following the aggregation logic, filling the predefined mesh.
The overall design consists of a solid base with 2 courtyards, which contain the public green spaces. The courtyards are wide enough for direct sunlight to be present, while also being secured from the strong winds which blow atop the structure. The solid middle section adds circulation routes inside the building, allowing for an effective transitioning between different points. The lateral expansion of the structure firmly attaches it to the ground, while the towers in the middle rise up to 250 meters above the ground, into the air. Additional circulation routes are added into the free-hanging bridges between the towers. Those bridges. Outside vehicles and visitors can transition into the structure through various entrances on all 4 sides of the aggregation. These entrances lead into the courtyards and are oriented towards the existing street network. Here. The surrounding of the structure also shows man-made elements in the shape of a terraformed ground, those waves. Additional landscape elements were placed inside and on the outside, and they can be used for relaxation and recreational activities since they create open but protected safe spaces. And that's it already. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you guys. Really nice project, although I have to say there are a few things missing, and I really wished you have shown a little bit better the actual computational strategy of it, and how the field informed the aggregation, how your analysis of sun and wind in a way also informed your design decisions and all of that, which is very powerful, and it is presented in your project. You just didn't pay too much attention to it, and this image is very, very nice, and the rest need a little bit more tweaking, but that's just details.
Yeah, I agree. That definitely there is a logic of aggregation that you guys are following, and if there's so much like going into it, you want to make sure that you are adding this information, right? Like that's what makes this project, yeah, being even more stronger, right? What I would say, it's on the, I'm a little bit hesitant on the aggregation side of the, just the pods that you're using, because they're exactly the same size. So it feels like a wall, you know, that you're creating. So maybe thinking about like a diversity, like a bigger diversity of the pods, right? Like the scales, how are you creating different hubs and different opportunities, maybe for spaces that are public and spaces that are versus spaces that are private? How are you actually treating the skin? Is there more you know, transparency into those that are actually public rather than those that are private? So, you know, something to think about again, because it is a great concept. I know you've been taking a lot of the feedback that we've been giving you, and you are really working through it. And again, like, you know, that's again, we do have the space and the time like to revisit some of those. So you're, you know, you're not lacking the opportunity, but just think about these things, right? Like of how you could incorporate, or if there is an opportunity to do something like this.
Yes, just to add something nice. Thank you for being one of the teams that actually managed to incorporate vegetation in a really nice way, because this is really important, in my opinion.
And not pounds anymore, right? Like now
yeah,
we're actually in Russia.
Thank you.
Thank you.
While I was looking at this, I appreciate the effort in building up the spaces, that let's say the interior spaces, and also the fact that you can breathe. There are 2 towers, but very much to Pavlina's point, perhaps a play in scale would have added a bit of differentiating touch to the composition. One other thought: the interior perspectives I like very much, because they tell the story. One thing which perhaps could have been a bit improved on is
move to the other image.
is the capturing. But I do understand that it's also under time pressure. It's treating the ground, adding a bit more attention to the ground condition, and how the aggregation works with the surroundings, in a sense that it feels that it ends too quickly instead of inhabiting the neighboring parks or open spaces, and have a bit of a softer, more layered approach. But that in itself is just like work and yeah, like this, in a sense that you could almost perfectly read the bounding geometry, and I was thinking perhaps there would be room to let it transition more from a very dense area to nothingness and blending with the surroundings. But overall, it's great progress, and I'd say the images are quite striking.
Yeah, basically there are a few teams who there is a struggle in every chapter, and at the end we're always on the edge. Did you make it? Did you not make it? How did you make it? What did you? And so I feel that although you put so much work in this chapter, the result is now not that amazing, maybe as you managed to make it in the previous chapters. But I'm sure that you've learned a lot now when you work so much in this week that you do this in the next chapter, like you manage to make the jump and actually create again an amazing experience in your neighborhood city.
Yeah, and to your point, also the most important part here, like in the way that again this master's is structured, is that you have this focused time, right? Like in each chapter, but you have the time towards the end again to go back and fix things. The most important thing is to not let yourself go to a point of no return, right? Like if you're in a detrimental point of your project that you just can't move to chapter 4 and 5, that's a problem. But if you are putting so much effort and you're in a very good spot, and there is just like something to think about or add or improve, or, you know, like that's totally normal. You can't hit everything. There are just so many aspects of the project, right? Like even thinking about like just how complex, the breadth of things that you could be thinking about, just how innovative these projects are, how difficult it is to go into Grasshopper for the first time in your life. You know, the pressure of time, the pressure of everything, like working in a team. There's just a lot happening, right? Like you guys. So I appreciate really everyone's efforts and, you know, like growth. And I really, like, I'm looking forward like to the next chapter. I think it's a very exciting one. And I hope that you find it this way too, mobility and kinesis and thinking about like all this. So thank you so much really for the hard work. It's beautiful.
Yes, thank you. Definitely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If I could add something, just going through all of the projects, and this is more of a general comment. I'm sure that in many ways it was challenging in a sense that on one hand you're learning. I'd say there's a bit of a distinction when you're working with a script where you need to hand off control to the computer. There is low poly modeling where you completely control everything. And here, by jumping into Grasshopper, by trying to have a script do creative work for you, but also learning how to work with Grasshopper, that's like trying to learn. I mean, it's an analogy I use quite often, but it's like trying to learn how to play the piano, but at the same time as you're learning it, you also need to compose something extraordinary. And in that sense, for looking at all of the projects, I think we can all see that there are areas where, just in terms of time allocation, it's clear that some teams were more focused on the logic, some on the rendering, some on the full aggregation, some on the corpuscle, and that boils down pretty much to time allocation for 2 or 3 weeks, which, just as a general thought, that's if you master anything, time allocation really translates to the work environment instantly, because at the end of the day, it's about delivering results within a schedule and a framework. And there's been a lot of tremendous work being done and a lot of ambition, which is, I'd say, quite visible. So yeah, I just wanted to say thanks for the work that you've put in, because it shows.
Yes, thank you. Well, yeah.
Thank you, Andre.
Guys, can you just stop sharing for a second so we can have like
yeah.
some final comments? So you don't think it's all about you? Thank you, guys. No, really, thank you, team. Everyone's just like put so much effort. It's beautiful work. It's amazing. Looking really forward to the next, stages. We're not that far off from actually chapter 5, right? Like a couple more chapters. And actually, we've been going through like all the chapters of the masters, and then we'll have an opportunity to revise the work and finalize. So. It's you're growing a lot, definitely, and it's very visible. And even from the graphic style, right? Like now everyone is finding even their voice, their way that they're presenting. It's becoming very evident that it's very cohesive. Again, all the comments you're getting, they're actually useful. You can implement them, you can think about them. And I think that's the best part about this, right? Like it's not the end, is just part of growing and learning process. And again, like what we all love about like the work is that it's yours, right? Like it's your voice, it's what your design is, and that makes it even more difficult, as Andre is saying, because like it's actually, not just about learning a software, it's not just about making something that is very high quality, but it's also representing your own design, right, and your own voice, which is another layer of complexity on top of everything. So really congrats for everything that you have achieved.
Yes, congratulations from me too, and thank you everyone for the great discussions today. It was really a pleasure.
We went an hour overboard, but you guys, it was really an amazing conversation. So next time we'll shift the order in a different way. So, so you're not the last ones. Thank you, Dimitri, Andrei, Ada, Tunk, everyone involved in the projects. It's really great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have rest.
Bye, everybody.
Have a nice weekend. Bye bye.
Thank you.
Yay.
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 Go Walter.